welcome everybody back to TPK Roleplay. We're kicking things off early with a hype train. There we go. We're up to level 2 already. But praise the subs, guys. But welcome back. Tonight we're kicking off a new alien RPG adventure titled The Hubris of Man. Now this is going to be based off of the Frontier War campaign that came out with the Colonial Marines expansion. But as far as everything else that's going on, general topics in the stream is going to revert to gore, violence, war, things of that nature. So if you're not into that kind of thing, I suggest heading out. If you're... Y'all just keep on going. But if you're into that kind of thing, you're in the right place. There are a couple of things in chat for our safety measures for the cast itself. As far as you guys go, if there's something that catches your attention that you don't really care for, I suggest just muting and coming back after a few minutes. The scene should be over and we'll have moved on. But as far as everything else, I'm Meg Mysteria. I'll be your game mother tonight, and let's go ahead and get our folks introduced, starting with that top left corner. Vermin?
Hey y'all, I'm Legendary Vermin, and tonight I'm going to be playing Lance Corporal Phoebe Blackford. She is a smart gunner, so she's one of the folks with the big guns that swivels and is attached to her body. She's great. You'll learn more about her soon. Over to Fail.
Yep.
Hey everybody, it's Fail Prime. Tonight I will be playing Corporal Bob Ross. Let's just say I'm here to help everybody make a little happy accident. And we'll jump on down to Turk.
Ooh, fun Z formation. All right, hey everybody, I am Turk or Turk Accented on Twitch and Twitter. I will be bringing Private Corey Lopata. He is your Comtech specialist for an evening. Good with explosives, computers, jacking in and jacking out and blowing up soft and hard targets, all the same. Of course, our squad would not be complete without throwing it over to Janie.
Hi, I'm Janie. I'm playing in Private First Class Aaron Hunter, CBRN Specialist. Yeah, that's where I am.
Okay, so we've got our crew all introduced. So let's go ahead and throw you guys over here. So you guys are stationed on the USS Tamb'itam. I think that's how you pronounce that. I actually don't know. You guys are just waking up, coming out of cryosleep. You've got your sergeant hanging out by the terminal, making sure everybody's getting up. There's another squad to your right, waking up as well. Seems you guys have reached orbit for your next deployment. If you guys would like to take that from there, you'll have a few minutes before you actually get sucked into the middle of things.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Cleopata's gonna come out of there and immediately begin trying to stretch out, but it's never easy getting out of these damn things. Phoebe, you defrost yet?
Phoebe is kind of stretching and slaps the side of the bulkhead twice to indicate yes. And you see her kind of fiddling with something on her jaw, and you see her lower jaw is metal, and a light comes on kind of where her ear should be, indicating that she's turned her cybernetics back on.
Woo! Oh, it never gets easier, huh? I feel like an ice cube.
Phoebe stretches and shakes her head.
How about the rest of y'all? Feeling any more limber?
No.
You just see Bob Ross's middle finger just come up out of the chamber.
Well, at least you're still alive. I get worried every time they put you in one of those things. But you're not going to get out. I mean, it's too much like a coffin.
I really didn't want to hear that. Just getting out of this thing.
Oh, come on now. Everyone
Can I-
knows you can't die in those.
Corey,
For maybe 3 minutes. Turn it back on.
Corey, why are you always so damn chipper coming out of these things? Can't we get some coffee before you start your ray of sunshine?
Oh, sorry. Someone went and froze my balls off. That's why I'm so chipper, you know? I shivered on my back. But I could go for some nice warm beverage. Whew, what is the room service like on this? I seem to remember it being quite abysmal, though.
Phoebe like gestures like a half thumbs up and then just has it plummet.
Well, no use sitting around waiting for him to pop in then. And yeah, I think get up, get any loose clothing that may have come off during the journey back into place and start exploring the ship. Or, at least getting my stuff back. Appreciate
Aaron's
it.
going to find coffee. She heard coffee. It sounds like a good thing.
Good news is that you are nearby. This segment is pretty much just crew quarters. You've got the cryogenic compartment as well as the mess. So pretty much right across from you guys there is going to be the galley. So where you can get all of your coffee, your terrible cornbread, everything that you could possibly need to sustain yourself coming right out of cryosleep.
Ooh, cornbread? Oh shit, my tapes. And Corey is going to rush over to his personal locker and rapidly open it up and then pull out a Walkman and just start running through and making sure everything is still working, because I recently learned you have to do that. And he'll just kind of be nodding along. All right, then pop it out next one, nodding along. Yeah, get me one as well, if you could just like pour an extra. As Erin goes by.
She will. She'll like make a really strong one for herself and just give you a normal one.
Get the leavings?
Unless you request it.
I didn't request anything. I was completely almost just dismissively too friendly to you.
I think Phoebe, the first thing that she does is she goes to her personnel locker and is already like shrugging off the hypersleep clothes and grabbing her stuff to hop in the shower. Like she'd rather get the stank of cryosleep off of her first.
Is it that bad? Listen, I don't. Oh!
She signs to you, I'm just lucky that I don't wake up next to you.
Yeah, well, no harm in trying. God almighty, you call it Private Hunter on this. Oh, that's a bioweapon. And he's going to also head off to start getting the shower.
You guys want to do a quick check for me? Make sure everybody's got control of their tokens.
I require the ability to enact violence.
I do not.
Not as of right now.
But it's fine. We are using our imagination.
It is not fine. I need you to be able to use your tokens. It is necessary.
But if Aaron does have the coffee, will gladly, as he's popping out of the shower, of course, doing the most speedy way possible, but definitely like casually coming out like, oh, thank you so much, Private Hunter. You are a dream as usual. And okay, yeah, maybe. Can't tell if my taste buds are waking up or if you hate me. I
Just regular coffee.
Uh-huh.
Great.
I think I'd be used to the military rations at this point, but what you gonna do? Oh boy.
Gotta love that instant. Those fucking crystals are the best.
Yep, I sure do love that. That's what this expression is. Just love. Just love for crystals.
You wanna- What do you want to bet they don't have any Captain Crunch? They never have any fucking Captain Crunch.
Phoebe, having finished her shower, is tapping the like no frosting Wheaties and winking at you.
God, what are we, Mormon?
Look, if I have to drink this piss water that they call coffee, I need the sugar from the cereal. I can't drink this goddamn.
See, that's the secret. You always should pack something in your personals. Got a little extra kick to it.
Oh, my personals. I packed a bunch of pictures of your mom.
Oh, well, I wouldn't blame you. She is a looker. It'd be a bit weird, though, you know.
That's okay. You can call me daddy.
I think that'd be a breach of some form of contract. What's it called? Chain of command.
I mean, I am your superior here. If I tell you to call me daddy, I think that's an order.
Do you want to make it an order?
That's
Don't
an
make-
order.
Yes, sir, daddy, sir.
Oh my lord.
Is
Phoebe is cracking up as she downs her own coffee.
I didn't know that we needed Jesus already here.
well,
But,
well, I don't know rightly what else to say other than I hope you treat her right.
Don't worry. I'll make sure she gets a nice steak dinner.
as you guys are shooting the shit, you can, and walking into the mess area, and your other company here is also moving around, shaking off the ice from cryosleep. You've also got, as you move a little bit further down, I will figure out how to get you guys control of your tokens at some point, because by all intents and purposes they should work, but are not for some reason. As you guys move into the mess here, you can see your commanding officer, Sergeant Casada, and Roy, the ship's android. They're hanging out.
Is Casada a sergeant or is Casada a lieutenant?
Sergeant, I believe. Let me...
Because you have in here lieutenant.
Yes, Lieutenant. That is my bad. You've got Lieutenant Maria Casados, along with Roy. Staff Sergeant, the one who... Staff Sergeant Zimborski is the one that ended up waking you guys all up. He's walked off somewhere to go deal with other things. They're sitting talking about how you guys are now orbiting O'Bannon's world, and they're pretty much just waiting on everybody to kind of get their bearings before going into briefing. Casados looks and gives you all a look over and nods and makes note of how you guys are getting used to. At this point, most of you have gone through several deployments, so it's a relatively easy transition. And Roy is overlooking some of the ship files with her.
I'm gonna lean over to Phoebe. How much you bet I can get the Seegson system in back of Roy's head without him noticing?
Phoebe is like weighing the odds. What's inflation like right now is my question.
Inflation. I was just gonna money. I don't bring money in this. I was just gonna think like.
Then she makes a bet. A week of dessert.
You know, I do love my desserts.
I look at both of you, shake my head, and then I kind of like wave at Corey, a couple bills in between my fingers.
Phoebe is signing, "Do it, coward."
Cow. Yeah, no, screw it. I already committed to this character archetype. Yeah, I'm gonna walk over and like go over to my locker and kind of like put the Seegson system kind of in on the back of my shirt, but have the kind of access, the part you stick in, kind of like in my hand. I'm gonna walk over. You said Roy is looking over some information, yeah?
Yeah, he's got his tablet in front of him, going over some diagnostics, talking to Casados about how you guys had passed through a solar flare. It had some minor damage to the ship, but nothing he couldn't really repair.
And I'm gonna put my hand on the table as I'm kind of like next to Roy, like making a play, like I'm looking over. Kind of like put my hand down near his, like, that's interesting. We passed through a solar flare and figured our ship's made of sterner stuff at this point, huh? Don't we have some shielding for that? It should all be fine, right? System. And I'm gonna quietly like pull the tab around and try and just like jab him in the back of the head with it.
You know what? Here's the first roll of the night. Go ahead and make me. What do we want to make this?
I mean, I could make it Comtech, but that would be more like if I actually managed to get it in. But
I feel like that's going to be more of a
close combat or mobility.
I would say mobility to actually get the jack, but manipulation to keep him from realizing.
Okay, I'll make 2 rolls then.
All right.
Come on, something. Oh, and a stunt. What? I have not rolled any successes before this.
Those are the 2. Those are all 3 for the night.
So for chat, he got 1 success from manipulation, and he got 2 from successes from mobility. However, unfortunate for you, Roy passed his observation. He just looks at you kind of coldly, kind of what you're used to from him as the synthetic on board. Says, I would take it. It would be very kind of you to stop trying to do that, Lapata. You don't have to make an attempt every mission we go on.
I'm just trying to teach you to do some cool dances. You know, give you some new moves. That's all.
I'm not here to learn how to dance. I'm here to maintain the ship.
Phoebe comes up and signs, "Sorry, I'll collect my idiot."
Thank you, Lance Corporal Blackford.
I will silently be collected.
She signs, "Dessert's on you for the next 2 weeks, I guess."
That is not fair. He is observant and well maintained and a pinnacle of modern engineering. You cannot expect me. I had him. I'd make a few test jabs with the Seegson system, like like that. Yeah, would have gone right in his head, but he too nice. That's the problem. I'm too nice.
She flicks your hand away as you jab across her.
Yep. Oh, come on. Ow. Mean to me. You're mean to me. Why are we friends again? It's because you're so lovely, conversationalist. That's why. Don't even need to answer.
Okay, so for all intents and purposes, you guys should have control of your tokens at this point. I know because I have control of your tokens as a player.
Let me.
I'm apparently not a player anymore on this page.
Gasp. And who's running the ship?
Not me.
Don't know what to tell you.
It's all Roy. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. We might be Theater of the Minding it for a bit, y'all. But
Welcome to Roll 20.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. I haven't had this issue before. But you guys are shooting the shit. You're getting everything together. And after maybe an hour or two, you guys all get called into briefing. And please hold while I actually just go ahead and... move everybody over. Here. So, Casadas goes over the intercom and tells you all to report to the briefing room, where you guys walk in and you find somebody who was probably actually in a separate cryo chamber from all of you, probably one of the civilian chambers. A very squirrely looking man who is very clearly a Weyland-Yutani rep. He's got nice clothes, something that you would definitely not recommend for deep space travel. What looked to be a very expensive pair of shoes and his briefcase. And Casadas gets you guys all up and situated before pretty much going ahead and launching into a briefing with Roy at her side operating the screen. And what comes up is the planet that you guys are orbiting. O'Bannon's world. It's actually more of a moon than a planet.
Are there roller coasters?
I had the apostrophe in the entirely wrong place.
Where did you have it?
Don't ask.
The trick is there's 2 apostrophes.
Well, yes, there's 2 I had the second apostrophe in the right place, so I have partial credit. But the first one was like, not even, don't.
I'm proud of you guys.
50% is a failing grade, Turk.
Well, so would 0. So, but I do want to make a point that I do shoot this Weyland-Yutani rep minus his gorillas a dirty glare as I walk in.
I kind of nudge Corey, and I'm just like, looks like his mama laid out his clothes for him.
Yeah, I bet all our fancy cyborgs and wage slaves really press it out for you nice and clean.
He notes you guys all as you come in, and then kind of as at the glare kind of averts his attention. Doesn't seem to really want to pay you guys much mind or seem to really want to interact with you. Being very reclusive, which again, you're in a deep space ship. Why are you here? But Casados gets you all pay attention with a sharp. All right, listen up, Marines. Right now we're orbiting O'Bannon's world. What you're going to be doing is you're taking a drop ship down there to recover the flight recorder unit for the UAS Glory, a medical frigate that went down here. Mr. Ganon here, motions to the representative, is going to be going with you as an insurance rep. He's going to be assessing the damage to the Glory and determining what caused the crash. You're going to be escorting him and making sure that he survives, along with retrieving that unit. Now, something you guys need to know about what's going on here. We can't really get a read on the terrain. It's a jungle planet, so the canopy of trees is too dense for us to read through, and the magnetic poles of this moon are a bitch. We won't get any signals from you once you're on the moon. But rest assured, Mr. Ganon's got his PDAT unit. It'll help you find the Glory, and from there you'll be able to set up an antenna, and you'll be able to reach us from the ground from there. Outside of that, your drop ship is going to be staying moonside and doing check-ins. They'll fly overhead. If you need to radio them, they'll get it up to us if need be. Now, this means that if you guys run into some issues, which don't expect too much, you'll have to wait on backup. Trusting that you all are capable enough, and some of you have been here quite a while, to be able to get Ganon there and get back in one piece. But after you guys get the Glory, get the flight recorder unit, the assessment's done, you're gonna blow that vessel sky high. We don't want the Union or anyone else picking up any of that information. Any questions?
Yeah, Cora will raise his hand.
What is it, La Pata?
The UPP, is it true that they dissolve under the delicious taste of Coca-Cola because of their communist ways?
And that's pretty much what she does, is she just rubs at her eyes and...
No, but serious question though. Do we know of UPPs on planet or moon?
We're picking up a vessel nearby. As far as we're aware, there aren't any ships on the moon.
Phoebe raises her hand and asks, do we know why the vessel went down?
No idea. We got an SOS signal, and that's about it.
It's gonna nudge Phoebe. That's why we're finding the black box, so techie boys like me can go peruse.
And then Phoebe will ask, and this is the direct quote, is Baby Shoes planning to give us any orders?
Yeah. Ganon looks over at you kind of indignant and says, if I give you any directions, it's to make sure that we do what we're supposed to.
Can he understand sign?
If he can't, I would translate.
I would nudge you to translate
signs, so
more
if you're gonna
generously.
translate, go for it.
Hey, remind me what you said one more time.
I said, is Baby Shoes planning on giving us any orders?
Look over the at Ganon. My companion here with the big guns wants to know if you're gonna get uppity about your position while you're on this rock with us.
I don't exactly know what you mean by uppity. I will probably give you some directions just because it's my assignment to make sure that we get the recorder unit, and I'll have access to the PDT, to the pups, to make sure that we can get there and get everything. All I'm gonna ask is that you show me some respect, such as I'll show you respect.
So let me get this straight, Lieutenant. You're taking my squad that is highly trained, my squad that has had tons of drops under their belts, hundreds of drops under their belts. We've had numerous successful missions, and turning us into glorified fucking babysitters?
As you rep all of our experience, Phoebe's gonna clang on the side of her metal prosthesis to be like, yeah, what the fuck?
Listen, Corporal, I know it's not what any of you want to be doing, but we are employed by Weyland-Yutani. That's the assignment. Sorry.
Damn clown shoes.
Didn't know we were signed up for some PMC bullshit.
Actually would have been something that, as a background, you guys would know, is that sometimes you do end up just going on assignments for Weyland-Yutani as personal military.
You
Hey,
gotta like
just because I know it doesn't mean I ain't gonna complain about it.
Valid.
They're the worst jobs because Weyland-Yutani reps are the worst people.
I just forgot to wear my gorilla suit today, okay? That's all. If I'd known we were gonna be working for Yutani, I would have thrown on all my big clunky gorilla suit and gone on the planet and been a gorilla.
Oh my god. Are you all gonna continue with this, or are we ready to get this drop underway?
Lieutenant, have we met?
Yes, and I regret every day that we have.
Why would you ask that question, knowing what the answer and outcome was gonna be?
Far too much fun driving me up the wall.
Just get your gear on and let's get this shit show under the road.
Whatever. Right.
What's the honorifics that we use for the lieutenant? Sir, ma'am?
They are female, so it's whatever. She doesn't seem to really care.
5 more minutes, ma'am. 5 more minutes.
And she actually does understand sign because of having to deal with you a lot. You have 5 minutes to gear up, and then I expect you all in the drop bay.
Boo-hoo.
Well.
Phoebe gets to it.
Yeah, Corey gets to it as well, shrugs and kind of like nudges Phoebe, going, well, there are nicer ways to drive the lieutenant up a wall, but seems we found the more fun way.
Listen, just keep a close eye on that squirrely little fuck. You and I both know Weyland is never that easy. Drop in, pick up a black box, drop out. There's something he's hiding.
I imagine it's the lack of dick, sir.
It's very possible.
It's the tight pants.
Alright. So unless there's anything else that you guys would like to tangent or derail off to, I'm assuming that you guys get everything ready to go and head off to the dropship.
There's a rail?
Supposedly. I mean, I have a mission report right here that says, get your players to do this, and I'm trying to.
No, you're doing wonderful. But yeah, no, start the gear up sequence.
Alright, you guys gear up.
Montage.
You guys gear up. You've got your smart gun, checking it over, making sure nothing's displaced for that long haul with your trusty comm tech, giving you a hand, suiting you up.
Mm-hmm.
We've got our...
Put your dress on, make you pretty.
We have our CBR end, making sure that her gear is all collected and ready to go. No bits or holes in any of those suits that she's got she's holding on to. And we've got our trusty corporal, making sure his rifle is good and ready to go. So you guys gear up, get into the dropship, and the first thing that you notice is that your pilot, usual person, doesn't say much, likes to just do their job, and doesn't give into the bullshit that you guys like to start. This dropship is also loaded with a couple of drums of QTC. It's a explosive. So Lapada is probably very happy about that. But you guys all get on the ship, get everything in check, get the green light, and you are flying moonside. It's a bit of a rough entry onto the planet. Seems like there might have been a storm going through recently, and you're getting the after turbulence of it. But once you break that canopy, you guys do see that it is pretty much all jungle beneath you. At the point, the pilot is trying to just find a place where they can safely drop you down, some small clearing at least that they can get to. And as you guys are flying over the canopy, almost out of nowhere, the pilot just goes, "Oh, fuck," and that cockpit lights up. The explosion rocks the drop ship, and you guys are would be thrown around if it weren't for the harnesses that are keeping you all in place. And the ship starts spiraling.
Ah, shit. Abbott, you gonna stabilize, or you just gonna take us down?
There is
Oh, no.
no response. That cockpit is up in flames.
I
Fuck,
think
not Abbott.
I think Abbott's more of a barbecue side dish right now, sir.
They got Abbott. This is all
Phoebe.
Weyland's fault.
Phoebe pounds the side and like shows brace.
Oh, I hate when you're right. And yeah, well, additionally, they just brace for impact. Damn things, just let me fucking hang in. We'll fly this baby out of here.
Unless we're at a height where it would be safer for us to jump out.
You've got a couple of options. You're still a bit over that canopy. They hadn't gotten too close because of the tree line, and they were still looking for a clearing. You have a couple of options. You could brace for impact. You could just cut your luck and just drop out. Or you can try to get control of the ship again.
Yeah, is that cockpit, like, is that all flames up there, or is it like...
It seems like it's blown out. Like, obviously there's no glass pane or anything anymore. After the initial explosion, it all just kind of rushed out.
Yeah, I if no one else wants to, jump in here, I will gladly attempt a pilot check. Oh god.
Can you first make me a mobility roll?
That's fair.
Just to see if you can grab your footing and make sure that you can actually get into the cockpit.
Yeah.
Okay, so
oh my god.
You've got it. See, you got all the bad rolls out early. It's fine. You're good. So you're able to get into the cockpit, and now I do need a piloting roll from you, so you can...
Because I have more than one success, could I stunt it to give my piloting a +1?
Sure.
Perfect. Nope. There you go. Back to normal.
All right.
No successes.
All right. So you manage to get into the cockpit, and you grab hold of the controls. Poor Abbott is shoved off to the side, and you're trying to just jerk this thing up so you can try to get it into a controlled spin out, and it is not working. It seems like maybe the actual controls might have been damaged from the explosion. So what I need you guys to do for me is, if we're bracing for impact, let's make that let's do an armor check from everybody.
Oh, thank goodness.
2 successes for Phoebe.
I just had the 1 success.
Okay.
Got two beautiful successes.
Janie, do you got a hold of it, or do you need me to roll on your sheet?
I'm trying to roll. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
You're using mobile, right?
Yeah.
Here, I'll just roll in your sheet until we can get that sorted out and you can actually get on a computer to do rolls. Because I know trying to roll on mobile Roll20 is a pain.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I was trying to do it. Like, I've got everything open in different places.
Oh no.
All right. So you guys go down into a tailspin into that forest. And for the most part, you're shaken up, but otherwise fine. Those drums of explosive, thankfully, did not go off, even though it got shaken around a bit. But you go into the controlled tailspin, and unfortunately for our PFC hunter, you do take a point of damage going into this. And I will make a note of it for you. And you just end up hitting your head. You're knocked around a bit and a little bit out of sorts. But you guys are on the ground. The ship is a smoldering pile of metal around you. And you can hear the distinct whiz of a ship flying past overhead. And you guys find yourself in the middle of this forest.
Ah, damn you, UPP. You dicks. Yeah, you didn't think your name out very well, did you?
Phoebe's gonna go check on the VIP.
Ganon, much like Hunter, got knocked upside the head as well. He didn't have really any gear. He's got... Well, at least it's not to the point that you guys all have, like, full body gear. He's pretty much got, like, a vest, and he had a helmet on. But you can see a little trickle of blood going down the side of his face. And is a bit frantic and is looking around, just like, what in the hell was that?
It's just a happy little accident there.
Are you insane? There's nothing happy about that.
Phoebe very slowly and deliberately signs first drop. Womp womp. Does ASL have a sad trombone equivalent? That's what she's signing. Womp womp.
I feel like you probably would have made one up.
Yeah.
Wah, wah.
Who on our squad would I know is, like, whom amongst us is good at medical aid? Because we should make sure that he's not concussed.
I have 4 medical aid. Want to quickly, everyone else?
I would
I am
be rolling a 3.
I'm an expert in medical aid. That's a 0.
Oh.
Erin has 0, but she's also kind of out of it.
All right. I seem like the best one. Man. Oh no.
I mean, I'm more than happy to try and give this man aid. It might just result in a bullet and not what he actually needs.
Well, I'll give it a second.
That's not medical aid.
I mean, what they did to old Yeller was medical. It was for his own good.
Oh hell. Let me come down here, give me a look, and I'll pull out a small flashlight and just kind of shine it in his eyes and do a concussion test on him.
Phoebe is signing to Bob. Unfortunately, bad taste in careers is not as serious as rabies.
I have a success.
I'm just gonna shrug. I'm just
Pull out some electrical tape and I'll...
He seems okay. It looks like that once you pull it back. He didn't really properly put the helmet on, so the little clasp in the corner is what ended up cutting the side of his head open. But he's not concussed.
All right. Well, I'll kind of grab his helmet with a bit of force and kind of just like jostle it just a little bit to get that bit that cut him free, and then clip it in. Probably just doing that little bit where it kind of catches a little skin and it kind of like when your parents used to like clip in your helmet or something. It's like ah, like that's why you put your helmet on properly. Smack.
Christ.
Come
Okay, I
on.
get it. Fine.
You're gonna suit up. You're gonna come down with us. You're gonna suit up like us. Come on. And I'll offer him a hand.
He takes it and you pull him to his feet.
Yeah, I'm not strong enough to do any cool things with that. So.
Then we have Aaron, who is also a bit out of it.
Hey, Hunter, you all right? You good? Light, side.
It's gonna take her a second. She's like, "Oh yeah, I'm fine. When are we going?"
Make another medical check on her real quick.
Okay.
Nope. Well, that's the kind of affirmative action I like to see. So,
As far as you can tell,
affirmative response, I guess, is a better word for it. Yeah.
as far as you can tell, nothing outside of the ordinary.
All right. Well,
You guys do hear that ship go by overhead again.
really? Look, Cat, what's the call?
A magnanimous dispensation.
Fancy boy here needs to be leading us to where we need to go. You well enough to operate your fancy little pooter and get us where we need to be?
Yes, I'm fine. I can get us to where we're going. You guys are ready to go ahead and move out, and he's gingerly stepping outside of the wrenched open part of the ship, and very gingerly stepping out into the mud. Does not seem pleased to be there.
Look, man, I hate to break it to you, but you're going to get dirty. If you're going to be tiptoeing all the way there, this is going to take forever, and we ain't got time for that.
Sir, what are we going to do about the dropship here? I don't like leaving anything for the UPP.
Blow it up.
God, there's a reason I like this outfit.
We'll just add it to Wu Tai's insurance bill.
Yeah, no, with that, Corey's going to go to the front and see where he kind of shoved off Abbott and kind of reached down and whatever's left of the poor fella. See if he can't rip out some dog tags and kind of wind them up and then set those explosives on board to go off in a few minutes.
Okay.
All of them, right? Because we need them for the other ship too.
Yeah,
No, all of them. Dude, all of them.
They are drums. Like, it's drums of actual explosive fluid. It was meant to.
So we couldn't carry them
It would take some doing.
easily.
It would take some doing. You guys had pretty much a way to drag them. Or
Look, Phoebe, I am more than okay if you want to puncture one of them and just roll it all the way down and we can blow everything up at once. But otherwise, we're just going to blow this and figure it out when we get there.
Phoebe shrugs and signs probably better if we just blow the thing up there with whatever we've got. That bogey is probably going to bear down on us pretty soon looking for survivors.
Look, one way or another, I want to blow something up on here, so someone make the call for me.
Phoebe signs, make it look good, champ.
When have I ever made anything not look good? And I'll start wiring these up. Some quick Pete. Just slow Pete in this case.
You get everything wired up. You guys start moving and making your way a good couple hundred yards to make some distance before it goes up in flames. Definitely a lot bigger of a fireball than it should have been for a ship that size, but you were also carrying enough of that explosive to wipe out a medical frigate. So a hell of a show, to say the least. And the dropship that you guys could hear going by makes another circle at that notice. But is also very quickly shot down by some ground ordnance.
So there's a dropship that was flying around us.
Yes, that was the Union ship that shot you guys down. It was circling, pretty much to see if there were any survivors that came out of the wreck before descending.
But the Union was destroyed by ground elements.
Yep.
Ho ho ho. That's what you fucking get, you bastards! Oh, hell, we didn't have to blow up that whole ship now, did we?
Phoebe's gonna like sign 2 sides, and then draw her fingers across her lips, like, be quiet.
Ah, hell.
I need you guys to make me observation rolls.
Observation?
Observation.
I'm in theory good at these. And I got 1 success off of 7 die.
I'm supposed to be good at these, and I didn't get shit. So,
With my brilliant 2 points in wits and no points in observation, I got nothing.
I'll just say I don't add any like modifier to that, do I?
Unless you want to redeem any bonuses that you might get, which, as a note, you just got advantage on your next roll. So you can roll again if you desire.
I'll save it.
Okay. And as a note to you guys, I have been updating a message in the group chat that's got all of your guys' bonuses from chat.
Nice. I got mine.
Hit roll and it actually worked. Sorry about
Yeah, I
that.
saw that. Awesome. So, looks like Hunter and Lapata are the only ones that catch some movement in the trees. You guys get the chance to call out and duck for cover before you start coming under fire.
Well, hold the dirt.
All right.
I'm going to call out on duck the fire.
Do either of you give Phoebe a direction?
I assume you're about to get a direction. But-
Fair enough.
The best part about the enemy shooting at you is that they reveal exactly where they are, the fools.
How dare they?
No, it's quite convenient. Completely surrounded. Poor bastards. Those poor bastards.
Seems
If,
from...
no-
Go ahead.
if nothing else, Aaron will grab her or something and pull her down. Just so she can duck.
As soon as somebody says something, Ganon ducks his head, looks around, and then realizes, oh shit, we're under fire, and then immediately dives and completely just ruins the nice clothes that he was wearing. And again, not very pleased about that.
That's poor man.
You catch him muttering to himself something about paying like 10,000 for those shoes, and they're just ruined to hell.
That's what I'm saying. Baby shoes.
But you guys,
I'm gonna duck down and grab him and kind of like try to pull him back to cover.
I think Phoebe, if Aaron is going to be pulling her down, is going to do her best to stay on one knee but get a little bit lower.
okay, so you guys are ducking down, keeping the cover, and after a few minutes, the firing stops.
Just, do we hear anything? Like, do we hear movement? Is there any rustling?
Make me another observation.
You want one from everyone or just from...
Anyone who would like to pay attention for it.
Whew. Okay, some good successes thus far. Hey, Phoebe,
Look at me go.
you did
One
it.
success on 2 dice.
Well, 50% is a
We
failing
love it.
grade.
Well, listen. This is deep space. We're not in the USA here. So you guys can tell that there's some movement in the trees, like in the underbrush. It seems like they're pulling back. They're not making any advances towards you.
What's the call? We return the favor. Hoping they forget about us.
Anybody got a grenade?
Do I have a grenade? What kind of questions that?
That's a legitimate question. I don't know what you outfitted
I
yourself
have-
with before
I
you
have-
left.
I have a grenade, yes. I don't know if it's going to be far enough, though.
Phoebe shakes her head. She has her classic. On one side of her backpack, you can see a shovel, an entrenching spade, and on the other side, you can see a harpoon gun.
Ooh, I like the idea of a harpoon gun.
Close
If you start
encounters?
reaching for it, she slaps your hand away.
No. I have my own specialized.
Everybody's got their own gear. Respect everybody's gear, okay? And their personal space. Unless you're under fire, in which case, grab your buddy and get to the ground.
And I kind of like turn over in the dirt onto his back. Look, I can fire off one of these little launchers in the nearby woods, but hell, they seem to be leaving us alone. We might be able to get out of this without shot fired.
For now. I mean, we dive deeper in. Who's to know if they're not following us? They decide to, take some shots the next time we're not so observant.
Fire away.
Phoebe taps the side of the smart gun as if to say, "Then I'll give them the big fuck off."
She's right. We did bring a smart gun.
All right, well. Weyland, where are we heading?
Ganon kind of gets up a little bit so that he can actually get to the PDAT he has and keeping it very close to him. Flips it on, and after a minute in the reading, he points off to the west of you. The transmitter for the wreck is in that direction.
Is that the same direction that we heard them retreating towards?
No, it seemed like they were moving more towards the south.
All right, then I said we go west. It's probably better to head in an opposite direction.
Well, I mean, if nothing else, since the dropship is out, once we get to the Glory, we can hook up the transmitter there, and we'll be able to send the signal to the Tamb'itam. Get another ship, right? I mean, they can't shoot. Would they? Would they shoot us down?
Oh, you special little businessman, you. Bless your heart.
Phoebe grabs him roughly by the cheek, like a grandma would.
What?
gonna-
What are you doing?
I'm just gonna pat him on the back and then start heading west. I'm gonna signal for everybody to just kind of move out.
We got UPP and an unidentified third party. This is going to be a hell of a dance for any drop ship. You best hope they send down the whole freaking frigate.
Let's one thing at a time, right? We'll just get to the Glory, and we'll figure it out from there.
Maybe they can build us a space elevator.
Phoebe is
Do you know
like
how much money and resources that would cost?
I just figured you're a big Top Gun fella, ain't you?
Phoebe is signing to Corey saying, like, who do you think would actually make it through that crossfire? Martinez? Anduin? What pilots do we have that are that good?
Roy,
Just kind of
my money's
wondering
on
out loud.
Roy.
Big thumbs down for Roy.
Look. as much as we like to give him shit, Roy is a finely tuned machine. He can analyze the shot patterns and get down here to get us.
Phoebe starts doing the robot in response.
He does not know how to do that, actually. I have been trying. Or maybe he does, and he just hasn't told me yet. Either way, I will not know till I'm able to get his brain.
And maybe
Anyway.
one day we'll see it happen. Maybe
But it
one
is
day
not-
we'll succeed in this campaign.
But it is not this day.
It is not this day. So you guys
Today
start making your trek through the woods, and in this briefing you got a little bit about, in the briefing earlier, you got a little bit about what to actually expect on this planet. There's primarily two different types of plants. You've got the bushes, obviously. Those are the fish hooks. You've got spiny thorn trees. And those grow up and over, covering everything. But the big one that you have to pay attention for is the vampire vines. And it's about what they sound like.
Yeah, you don't want to wipe your ass with those.
Sorry, what was the name of this fauna?
Vampire
Flora.
vines.
Vampire vines. Oh,
There's
Naming
also
department got creative.
vampire vines. Pain in the neck.
there's also a couple of notes about running flatfish, something that keeps the mud banks and the waters. The gist of it is watch where you step. With that, how about somebody roll me a d6? Let's make this fun.
Who wants it?
Our corporal here got it.
Oh,
Ah.
that's not a good number, I feel like.
Oh
it is
no.
not.
Fail has rolled us a 1.
Does somebody want to roll me a d4?
Oh no, I know what that means now. Because you said a D6, I'm like, there's not enough people for that to.
Do we have a D4 in our character sheet, or are you?
No, just type
no,
it in
you-
chat.
Or you could do this on the left side of roll 20. Oh, I got you.
There we go.
I'm sorry.
All right. So,
we got snake eyes, chat.
snake eyes.
1 and a 1.
A 1 and a 1. So, as you guys are heading west, you end up in a rather large water reservoir that it would take a while to actually get around, and there isn't seem to be an actual way to cross it. So you guys end up having to wade through water that's up to your waist. And it is bristling with plant life, and you guys can swear that you see movement through the water. Unfortunately, with that 1, we're going in overlay order. So, Vermin, I need you to take a stress point for me and make a panic roll as little yellow crustaceans, almost like shrimp or prawns, start swarming around you and trying to get under your armor and in your clothes. Okay, you are good. But you do have these nasty little buggers swarming around you.
I'm gonna take my trusty entrenching tool, and I'm just gonna bop my legs with the flat of the shovel as best I can, and scrape them off where I can.
So you are doing your best. As water starts getting moved around and you're smacking at them, a lot of them disperse and you're able to pluck what few actually got under your armor with some doing, fish them out and just chuck them back out into the water.
Using the end of the shovel, just catapult them.
Yeet the prawns. And you guys move for maybe another hour, and let's make this fun again. You guys want to do it again?
I mean,
Is that a
no,
rhetorical question?
but yes.
If you're not
Keep
gonna
the
roll it, I
trouble
am.
on
So
us. Keep the trouble on us.
gotta have some fun with it.
I'll roll this one.
Do it.
Dose.
Number 2. Make me another D4 roll, please. Actually, let's make it a D5.
I do. Okay. I can do that fast. Oh, I already beat me to it. 3. Oh no.
With that 3, Lapata,
Yeah, I know. That's why I said, oh no.
you catch the edge of a root for one of these trees and you fall into the mud. There is what's left of a body wearing tattered clothes. But the most notable thing is that in front of you there is a skull with a very distinct hole in the front of the cranium. That one is a stress point.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Do we want to make one more and just make it 3?
Hey, Lapata, who's your new girlfriend?
Oh, You know, I would normally enjoy holes in heads and all that, but it's not the right spot.
It was a very sizable hole too. It doesn't seem like it was from any gunfire.
Phoebe signs too big for you.
Ah,
Didn't know that Lapata was into cracking open cold ones.
I did not make this hole, to be clear. If I did, I'd blow people's minds in an entirely different way. But like, I'll spit
She
out
signs
some
that's not what Martinez said.
You see Ganon as he realizes you guys are talking about this and notices the body. His face goes absolutely sheet white and is just kind of stuttering and trying to get you guys to keep moving.
Ganon, you ain't ever seen a dead body before?
Well, not in person. No.
What about all those workers that your company kills on a regular basis?
He doesn't respond and keeps going with that peanut just close to his chest following that screen. And you guys march on for another about hour. Let's do one more before we get to our crash site.
Who wants to do it?
I think it's you, Turk. You took the last hit.
That is super fair.
We'll just go in order of who's taking this shit.
Okay. A 6, which is obviously very good, and nothing bad happens.
It's a vampire wine.
Okay. So I need everyone to roll me a stamina.
Oh, but I said it was a good thing. No.
Crits do not mean good things here.
Oh, it's a
That's not good.
Yikes. Believe since
Fine. It's fine.
two of you rolled failures on your stress die.
And this is why I tell you to do your cardio. We're gonna have to start PT when we get back to the ship.
Looks like
You say this to fucking Phoebe, who is absolutely the most like physically fit of the 4 of us.
before we continue further into that argument, I need both Lapata and Blackford to make me panic rolls.
Why can't I see?
3.
Am I blind? Where is my panic roll?
There should just be a button on the top.
That should be like under the 1d3, 1d6 on your character sheet.
Am I blind?
You
I
might
might-
be.
I might literally.
You've got a
Huh?
central.
Oh, no, I see.
block
Yeah,
of roll
yeah,
buttons.
I see it. I see it now.
You are.
Can you remind us what we want to get on panic rolls?
So you want to get 10 or below. After you, when
Perfect.
you hit an 11, that means you're on the table, and you get a lash, basically a feedback. But anything below 10 means you're handling it fine. But so you guys end up trekking through a plant that wasn't actually quite in the briefing. It's very waxy and slick. And before you realize it, you figure out that it's akin to poison ivy. So the exposed arms and hands, if you guys aren't wearing full gloves, anything that's exposed, that means Ganon is not having a good time and is basically scratching his arms raw as he continues to walk. But other than that, you guys are fine. For a bit. The irritant doesn't seem to bother you too much. And after another hour or so, you make it to the top of a mud bank that is actually got the glory, partially what you assume to be the glory, and Ganon will confirm that that is where you guys have been heading this whole time. I'm trying to actually get to a point to where the screen shows you where you are, but you're the mud bank in the bottom right corner, overseeing this hunk of metal that's been destroyed and is actually overgrown at this point. There's plant life and mud all over this thing. And it's a good 20, 30 feet below you that you guys are going to have to scale this mud bank. And I need you to actually make me mobility rolls as you come up to the edge of it.
Oh no.
Quick question: can I use my harpoon gun to give us an assist on that somehow? Make it easier?
Sure, if you want to dig that into... There's a couple of sturdy trees nearby. You can probably dig that into that, and if you've got the cording, it gives you a little bit of leeway to scale down.
Cool.
Whew.
How would that affect the roll?
I would consider that just everybody gets a +2 modifier for their die.
Okay.
I should have waited then, but I got a success, so it's fine.
Wait. No.
Oh.
I got a success on my stress die. Does that mean anything?
No, it just means you got a success. You factor it the same way as your base die.
Okay. So, just so you know, it looks like the stress dice aren't being tallied as successes.
Gotcha. I don't know why it does that, but it's still
Yeah, I
considered
think
a
it's
success.
probably just a programmer error.
Probably.
But now we know.
Now you guys know. But yes, that is a success. The only one who seems to actually slip up, and you're actually not alone in this, because Ganon fucks up too.
I mean, I would expect Ganon to fuck up.
Ganon is
You probably
constantly...
fuck up helping him.
Ooh, like grabs you on the
he-
way down like little kids ice skating.
Oh, yep. Pretty much. He skids and he starts to slide down. He scrambles trying to grab somebody else. And unfortunately, that's you, Corporal. And you guys both go skidding through the mud to the ground below.
Been walking long, Ganon?
I slipped. Are you trying to tell me you don't have these problems?
Do I look like I have these problems? Listen, Bambi.
You just call him Bambi.
I just called him Bambi because he's slipping around like a freshly born deer.
Fair enough. But
Ugh.
after a
You're
couple of minutes, for those of you,
man.
he's just tired of dealing with everybody's shit. He's been stuck in this jungle. It's hot. He's covered in fucking poison ivy and welts. And is like, it. Whatever. Can we just. We're here. Can we focus on getting into the ship? Please? Everyone?
No. First, we're gonna focus on a couple other things here, Bambi. And I'm gonna pull some stuff out of my med kit and put it on his arms so he doesn't rub himself raw.
Okay.
While that's happening, Phoebe signs, "Oh, it looks like it's time for his NAP."
As you're signing, he just makes an. He's begrudgingly accepting. Actually, not really begrudgingly, but he is accepting assistance from you, Corporal, and actually thanks you for the. What is basically just ends up being ointment and wrapping to go around the parts that he actually has split open. Glances over at Phoebe, realizing that you're signing back and forth again. He's like, you know, I read your file. I know that you do have a voice modulator.
She rolls her eyes and she finds a wire under her jaw that's been dangling. She kind of nudges it back into place. Would you rather I talk like this all the time?
Oh no, Phoebe, please stop.
And she rips the wire back out and then
Listen, Ganon, last time Phoebe walked around talking like that, Lapata couldn't walk for a week, okay?
I told you it's because I offered to fix it, and I triggered some biomechanical responses. Anyway, I keep trying to find something to really tune it down, make it gravelly, sound like death itself, eating stones.
She grabs the wire and she sticks it into another spot. Yes, I could also talk like this if that would make you more comfortable. And she pulls the wire out again and flips them off. And then she'll lean in real close and tap the side, and you can see there's a Weyland-Yutani stamp on part of it.
I would imagine either is preferable when you're actually communicating with somebody. How are you going to talk to somebody if you're under fire and separated? How's that going to work?
She indicates that he should turn up his ear radio. Does he do it?
Not knowing any better, he's going to do it.
And then she's got this one of her ears is missing, and she's got just this big circle there. And she just presses one of the buttons as hard as she can, and it's a blaring
Jesus.
right in his ear.
Rips the earpiece out and ends up throwing into the mud that he's regretfully going to have to pick back up in a minute.
Listen, Ganon, I think you just found out the hard way. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Fine, I'll stop asking questions. We're all here. Can we do our jobs, please?
Phoebe kind of gestures around we're doing ours. What are you up to?
We still have to find a way inside. This just tells me that we're here. And it'll give me... If you give me a few minutes, I can get a reading of inside.
All
Time's
right.
wasted.
Yeah, go about your business, man.
He's doing his own thing, and he is just ignoring you guys and oblivious to most else, walking around this ship doing an external survey. And
Phoebe
still
will
has
kind
that
of be walking with
PDT
him.
close to him.
Is it really that hard to find a door on a ship?
It doesn't seem like he's actually looking for a door. Not yet.
Would joining him in on that walk also give us a chance to try and find a door?
Yeah, if you guys want to roll me observations.
I'm scared every time you're asking to roll, but sure.
You should be scared.
Okay, that's fair. 1 6 6. It's fine.
Do I have to roll a panic roll if I'm just doing casual observations and I get a 1 on my stress die?
If I flavor it as you seeing something really fucked up.
Okay, great. You know what? That feels good. We'll do it.
I mean, we just have to remind you that it's just Ganon. Don't worry about it.
Ganon
No
is the
worries,
thing
though.
that lurks in your nightmares.
Not even the interesting ones, just the really boring ones.
Hmm. Woo!
Okay, so you guys are all keeping a watch out, and as you guys are walking around this ship, you notice something interesting. You see the first part of the name of the ship wedged in the metal, like engraved in the metal that's partially stuck in the mud bank. It does say Glory, but it looks like there's actually something continuing it, and there is
Again,
the
and
precursor.
is the rest of the ship's name the Glory? Like, is this the Glory Hole? Is that where we're at?
No, it's just
Phoebe
the
signs
Glory.
glory to Xeon.
But
Zig Xeon.
another big indicator is that you guys knew it as the UAS Glory. The precursor to that is SSV Glory.
What would SSB mean?
Super Smash Brothers.
Yes.
Shut the fuck up.
Brothers, famously spelled with a V. Super Smash Brothers.
You
Was it
guys,
SSB or SSB?
V, as in
V.
Victor. You guys would know that that is actually a
A scientific vessel?
it's an acronym used by the Union of Progressive People.
Very firm hand on Ganon's shoulders when we put that together. Kind of spinning him around. And she signs, sounds like, it looks like you need to tell us a little more truths.
He still doesn't understand sign language, does he?
No, he does not.
I'm gonna kind of pull up behind him. She's saying you better start explaining why we're looking at a Union ship, or else she might have a few misfires.
She pulls her shovel off of the side of her backpack and spins it in her hand.
You'd be amazed how often a shovel can misfire.
So, if you guys are going to be questioning him and intimidating him like this, I need you to roll me manipulation. And as a note, Aaron, if you are were you choosing to walk around with the unit, or did you want to just hang out and observe terrain? What are you feeling with that?
I think she's going to observe for terrain, kind of keep guard.
Okay. So if you're watching the area, so far, seems okay. So Ross has got successes on his manipulations. Is anybody else trying to pitch in on that?
Sure.
Mm.
I'm very helpful.
I'm too friendly.
You're intimidating. The giant mute woman with the big smart gun is very intimidating, along with the guy who's probably got a rifle in Ganon's face.
Yeah, wait, what is Corporal Ross's contribution to the intimidation look like?
My contribution is you read our files, Ganon, so you know exactly what I've done and exactly what I like to keep out of people's business. Which also means you've got some explaining to do, or the same thing is going to happen to you.
First off, I don't actually know what is in your file. Everything was redacted.
For good reason.
But, look. Okay, fine. And he...
Phoebe, when you say that for good reason, Phoebe just starts like pantomiming, like getting cut open or something.
Okay, fine. And he ends up showing you guys the PDAT. It's got the orders. And you see that the orders are actually signed off by General Vaughn, who's even above your lieutenant. The codes, though, that are being used as transponders for this PDAT are Union codes. And he starts to go into it and is like, okay, here's what's actually going on. The glory of the proletariat actually intercepted one of our own vessels and stole scientific research. Okay? Is everybody happy? We're here to get the recorder unit. We're here to retrieve what they stole and blow the rest of it to high hell. It's not that far off from the truth.
Phoebe's gonna nudge somebody to ask him what was stolen. What kind of research? Was it data or was it samples?
My ballistic badass of a companion is very interested on knowing what exactly was on that drive that's so important.
It's... Have any of you heard of Project Life Force?
A really shitty movie from the 90s?
No. What would be a role to know things? Like, could I try to justify a contact role to pick up on things I maybe shouldn't know?
If you were rooting around in classified intel, I could see that argument.
I hear what I hear. You know, I get bored.
It just be like that, man. Those long haul flights get rough.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you are just the in-between transmitter, and sometimes data just falls out of the satellite. Right
Gosh,
into
I
your
mean,
lap.
yeah, especially since Martina don't want to talk to me no more. But, you know, I gotta keep myself entertained.
From
Yeah, Project.
what little you've got from what little information that actually came through the data stream, as much as what was pertinent to the ship and the unit. Project Life Force happened about a few years ago. It was a research project that was taking place on Fort Nebraska. Now everybody knows Fort Nebraska was on Ariarchus, a moon that got destroyed for unknown reasons.
Oh, I know the reasons. That's why my file's redacted.
I'm sorry, you weren't in that campaign, so unfortunately you don't.
You don't know. I was busy committing war crimes. That's why I wasn't around.
Fort Nebraska, though, got blown up.
Look,
Oh,
they intercepted one of the vessels that left the moon and stole some of the information from the project.
Look, you keep saying the word information. Did they steal information and just data, or did they steal samples?
There might have been some samples. I'm not sure. We'll have to see if anything is actually still intact.
Phoebe finishes miming at the end of the Little Buddy Foo Foo song with a bopping him over the head. And kind of looks at the other two and says, let's go round up Hunter.
Coming back to that, Hunter. With that observation, you pick up that there is actually, as they're starting to actually move out, and seems like they're getting ready to move into the ship itself, coming towards you, you see movement in the trees.
Is there a way I can look closer at all?
There isn't really much that you need to, but you get first glance of a woman walking out of the tree line, starting to make her way towards all of you. It's a Asian woman, appears to be middle-aged, wearing a little bit dated gear. Seems like she's probably been here for a little while.
Is she armed?
She does not have any weaponry on her, no. Not that you can see.
Okay. Excuse me.
Hello, Marine. Or should I say Marines?
Gun.
Oh, no, there's no need for that here. And she has her hands up. I'm not here to be hostile.
Yeah, you say that, but we've been shot at more than one occasion since we've gotten here.
Ah, yes, you're probably talking about one of my patrol groups. You see, we're settlers on this moon, and, well, we saw the Union ship first, and we want nothing to do with the war or anything going on here, so unfortunately they kind of shot first and asked questions later before coming back to find me. I'm here to explain to you all of that we don't want part of anything that's going on.
Okay, well, just leave us alone then.
Does Ganon know whether or not this place was supposed to be inhabited? Like, are there records of a colony here?
He doesn't seem really aware of it. He's about as confused as you can be at this point.
They're not on the mission, so we should just ignore them.
Are you all here to investigate that frigate behind you that crashed a while ago?
Phoebe looks to Hunter or Corporal Ross to explain the situation.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was painting little bushes in my mind.
Goodness, there's a frigate behind. Oh my gosh! Why'd that get there? We're here to enjoy the scenery. Give poor Pierre a few landscape opportunities.
Yeah, I'm not a Marine. I'm just a happy little painter.
It won't bother you.
Wearing full gear and carrying enough ammunition to wipe out a colony.
Phoebe winks.
But why don't they just stay out of our way? We stay out of theirs. It's not on our anywhere in our assignment or mission to deal with them.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're not here to cause problems with your colony or your patrol groups or, you know, your brother, sister, husband, whatever you want to call that. We're just here to collect some data and get out of here.
Well, I don't know what all you're going to find in there. We've stripped pretty much everything out of it, resource-wise.
Everything? You get any black box, all the juicy data?
A lot of the actual equipment was destroyed, and we took mostly rations, medical supplies, stuff like that.
What about like I don't know, scientific samples?
No, we didn't bother with anything like that, but we also got chased out before we could get into that wing of the frigate and haven't been back.
Who chased you out?
There's a creature. Something. Oh, how do I explain it? It's like 7 feet tall, black exoskeleton, long, bulbous kind of head. It's a monster in and of its own right. It tore through a
Shit.
few of my men.
Sounds
You
like my
should
cousin Frank. Frank is here?
You should get somewhere safe so you don't get that thing doesn't attack you. We have weapons, you don't.
Phoebe will go, rawr.
I mean, the private's got a point. We got the guns, you got hands. What are you gonna do? Fisticuffs?
We're more than capable of protecting ourselves. I was just trying to offer you all a friendly warning.
Thank you.
Of course, if you... Well, we'll try to keep an eye out for any of the Marines drop ships, see if you guys can get away off this planet. And if you want to help us deal with the Union, if they decide to send somebody else down, that'd be great. Otherwise, we'll deal with it ourselves.
Well,
Yeah,
no, please. You tell him how much you love shooting up UPPs.
Yeah, sure. We'll shoot them up for you.
Great. Then, I guess I'll leave you all to it if you decide you go into the ship then.
Well, if we don't find anything, we'll take a stop by. You got somewhere we could meet up?
Got any Captain Crunch?
No, we mostly fish for the mud bugs out here. Keep out of the water. Grimy little bastards.
Yeah, how do they taste fried?
Not bad. Better stewed with some spices, what little we can get out here.
Phoebe's gonna tap somebody on the shoulder and have them ask, what's the best way in to the wreck?
Yeah, did he end up finding a door?
I have 2 questions. One is, like, what's the best way in? And where does she think the best landing zone is when we need to get picked up?
Well, investigate a mystery.
She,
And here, she's going to offer her some of her. I don't know. I'm sure they have rations they take with them.
Yeah.
She's going to offer one of hers over.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. As far as a landing zone, well, the closest you're gonna get is, well, around here, in all honesty. If they can get close enough and drop a ladder or something, you'll be able to get onto the ship. But as far as how to get onto the ship, I believe we used an airlock. It might still be open over on the west side. There's a couple of holes, like, obviously from the damage of the crash. But as you can see, and gesturing to the encroaching mud bank, it's more than likely some of those have been filled already.
Phoebe signs thanks, and once the stranger's out of earshot again, is gonna turn to Corey and say, ask Ganon if the black exoskeleton sounds like his boogeyman.
Oh, Ganon was very white after she made that comment.
Okay.
But she, before turning away, she notes that her name is, you can just call me Ha. It's easier than trying to get, easier for some people to pronounce. If you see any of my patrolmen, they'll know where to find me. I'd appreciate it if you didn't kill them.
I'd appreciate it if they didn't try to kill us.
They've all been told not to assault any Marines wearing your garb or even your representative, and she notes that with some disdain as well back there.
Oh, him? No, if they want to shoot him, more power to them.
I see. And with that, she's going to step away and leap back into the trees. Yeah, so you guys have at least one entry point that you are aware of.
Well, I'd say we're burning daylight, but I can't freaking see the sun from down here. Oh wait, I can. We're in a crash site. I can definitely see the sun.
Getting towards the later evening.
Well, fucking knew that'd make us do a bug hunt one way or another. Big, overgrown, vegetative thing. Loads of grenade into the launcher with malicious intent. Let's go blow it up. And to be clear, that woman's name was Ha?
Yes.
Understood.
And do I have a thing for her made?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out if I have a thing for her, but you know.
I don't have a tab for her. Unfortunate.
Oh,
But
figure it out on your own time.
yeah.
What was that, Janie?
So I think Aaron might.
I'd say I
Oh
ship
god,
her.
I just realized that Ganon's first name is Kent.
Yes.
Like, any amount of intimidating that you get from being named Ganon is undone by having the first name Kent.
So you guys are heading for the airlock that she mentioned?
Yeah.
I'd love nothing more.
Okay. So you guys start making your way to that left side of airlock into the proletariat.
Making our way downtown.
Never
Yes.
mind.
I'm trying to get this to a point where, like, it'll actually let me.
So are we... So we're
You
at
gotta-
the airlock?
Yes, this is the aft engineering airlock. And you can tell that, like she had mentioned, that when they tried to get in there before, the doors are pried open big enough that people can get through.
Yeah, guess who's going first?
Are you putting Ganon first?
Oh, yeah.
He starts to argue, but then you kind of give him, between you and Phoebe giving him the stare down, he's like, oh, fine, I've got the PDAT anyway, I guess. And starts, with reluctance, moving further down. And as you guys come into the ship, you note that there's a couple of corridors with the labeling. Off to your right, you've got the cargo deck, and then to the, well, right and left down this main tunnel is both cargo decks, and then there's a hall further down to the left side. Or you can just keep going further down. It looks like there might be a computer access.
I think first things first is we probably want to get some power going here. We need some lights. Lavada. Get us some lights.
Oh, of course, yeah. Corporal, they didn't install the clappers.
But we are coming up on the 2-hour mark, so as you guys start trying to fumble your way through here, deciding where to go, figure out where to get some lights despite having some flashlights on both your helmets and your rifles. We'll take a few minutes so that our Marines can regroup and decide where to go from here. And we will be back in just a few minutes, guys. Hello, everybody, and we are back again. Our crew has reached the SVV Glory of the Proletariat, what they originally thought was the UAS Glory medical frigate. This is actually a downed Union and Progressive People's frigate that they have learned actually contains information about Project Life Force that they are trying to actually recover and not just find out why a random frigate went down. Now that they know that they've got a different mission after meeting some of the settlers that are on this moon and dealing with the Union trying to fly by and shoot them out of the sky, they're here in the depths of the dark, damp, dripping with water and flora and reeking of mud and decay. They are inside the ship, starting to move forward with the gentle ping of the PDAT that their Weyland-Yutani representative Ganon is holding on to and kind of showing them where to go. As I mentioned before we went to break, in front of you is 3 hallways. One goes off to the right, and Ganon mentions that there doesn't really seem to be anything out there. It's caved in and flooded. If you go further up, that's where the cargo ports, the life support, med bay, all that's down there. And up to the left side is going to be the dormitories, and he notes that the actual mainframe is up that way as well. So it's kind of up to you guys at this point. Where do you want to go? Do you want to split up? Do you want to stick together?
So me, the player, doesn't know a ton about the UPP frigates. However, Corey Lopata is a little tech gremlin. And it at this state of a ship, would it even be possible to get any kind of power going back through even some basic subsystems like lights and... Or is this ship just dead?
Pretty much, for the most part, it seems like it's dead in the water. It looks like maybe there was a couple of lights further down that are flickering, but they're on their last legs. Looks like maybe the settlers had gotten what was the backup power source up and running for a little while. It might be shot. You might be able to recover it. You're not quite sure because Ha did not really mention anything about that.
All right. Sir, is your question before about improving the lumens in this environment? I'm not confident that I can pull that off unless we want to blow it up. Then it'll be very bright, a very short period of time. But I wouldn't recommend it.
I think Phoebe's going to signal to the rest of them over the headset. Do we want to sweep and clear, or do we just want to move to the objective?
Your call, Cap.
Look, I think the less time we spend here, the better. I said we move forward, we get to that objective, we get that box, and we get out of here.
You heard the top. That's the op. Let's go.
Okay.
Can I change one piece of narration? Because I remembered I had a cool idea the other day, and I want to stick with it.
Yeah, go for it.
Instead of having buttons on the side of her head, it basically works like a theremin. So she just like sticks a hand near it, and she's got like a little glove and can make like different tones to have like kind of expressive noises over headset, without relying on like code.
No Morse code needed.
Yeah, no Morse code. Just like R2D2 beeps and blops.
You heard me, Morse. Your code is cumbersome and no longer needed. We win. But yeah,
So, as a note, as you move forward and start heading down towards the mainframe, which is going to be where the black box is located, you guys can all hear the familiar kind of ping of what seems to be movement or a life sign on the PDET. It's not moving. It seems to be kind of consistent. It's 3 of them that are close to each other. But it's enough of an indicator that there is something alive on the ship. And from where it is, Ganon says that's where the hypersleep chambers are. Maybe there are any survivors. It's right down from where the medical lab is, too. There might actually be some samples intact.
Sorry. You know this is a UPP ship, right? We're not about to go and wake up Commandant What's-His-Face.
Well,
We'll let him.
you don't know that if it's just Union people. They could have taken survivors from the ship that they raided.
Listen, Ganon. That nice old hippie lady from the woods told us that they pretty much scavenged this place as much as possible. You really think that they wouldn't have tried to wake those people up?
Well, she did say that they got chased out before they could reach that side of the ship.
Phoebe's gonna shake her head.
Is it customary for them to like give us extra stuff to do on a mission for them? It's off the table.
With things like this, it's generally, if you find any extra resources or anything else that Weyland-Yutani could consider assets, you're supposed to bring them back.
So, I don't know how hard this game is going to be against us, gang, but if we're going to be horror movie protagonists, we should check out that life sign.
you're right. Could be. And if I could, real quick, if it is Commandant so and so, we could let him know that we are sharing parts of his ship, and then kill him because we are equally redistributing our bullets.
I'm not opposed to that plan. But let's think about this logically here. If we can't get the lights on, there's no power. There would be nothing to keep them in hypersleep. So would they not be dead?
Could be a fallback.
There's always a fallback with ships like this. The pods have a localized generator.
How long has this ship been down?
The Proletariat has been recorded down for about 6 months. Pods like this are designed to go for well over that, closer to 5 years.
How long was Ridley in that one pod?
60.
Phoebe's gonna sign. I've heard of people being in there for like 30 years.
Sounds like their freshness is up to date, Corporal. Sir.
I like how you guys think this is a democracy, and I'm going to let you continue thinking that this is a democracy. So we'll go in order down the line here. I'm voting against going down there. I just don't think it's a good idea. We'll pass it off to you, Labata.
Well, you know me, I do like being the first person to greet people at a cryosleep. Plus, from the light things I've heard about Operation Life Force, if somehow our little gorilla handler back here is actually right and they got samples, Medical Bay would probably be the best place to put it anyway. Given that it has its own, electrical loop.
Fair enough.
Phoebe's gonna vote in favor because if Corey wants it, she's like, yeah, I'll help my little friend out.
All for a fist bump.
Bumped.
Yes.
So that just leaves Hunter. What is your response?
Well, it was requested by Mr. Weyland over there, so we have to do it. It doesn't matter what I think.
Weyland can request all he wants. That doesn't mean I have to do it. Just like he could request that I don't put a bullet in him. That doesn't mean I'm going to listen.
But he's a representative of Weyland.
Private, you're going to learn real fast that accidents happen.
Yes, sir.
Jesus.
Well, I'll just go along with what y'all do. I don't want to do it.
Oh,
Phoebe says, let's go see if the jam's fresh.
all right. I'll listen to you guys. Let's go.
Okay, so where are you wanting to go first? Are you checking the hypersleep, the midday, mainframe? Where are we going?
Hypersleep.
Okay.
And that was medical life support. Oh, there it is. Cool. So that we go down central axis because the
Down
rat's
central.
flooded.
Ganon points
Do
it
we
out.
want to? Do we want to like take a right, or do we want to go forward through?
The right's flooded.
Oh, it's flooded.
That's what he told us, and I can, confirm probably if I get to the end of this hallway, flash a light down there.
Yeah, it's caved in, full of water and mud.
Okay.
But we could
Phoebe's
handle.
gonna scoot into the power station, and kind of be where she can look down all three hallways.
As we get to this power station, I am curious. I mean, is anything on here? It's all offline.
Seems like this station, it's functionally in low power. You think that maybe if you got into the mainframe, you might be able to boot up sequence or into the reactor, but from this station, you're not really getting much of anything other than that there is some power in this area you assume is what's keeping the hypersleep pods active.
Gotcha. I'll make sure kind of tap the screen barely, probably wipe off some mud and grime with my forearm. Oh yeah, they're still freezing their little nuts off in there. So whatever's in there is kept nicely and cool. So I could try and pop the rest of the ship online, but I can't promise it won't trigger the rest of it. The whole exploding part.
As you're talking and going through this area, I need you all to make me observation rolls.
Okay. It's all
My two favorite words in this game: observation roll.
Oh, I made it. Okay, good.
Goes through. Oh.
Look at me go!
Let's see what.
You are killing it.
All right. So Aaron isn't getting much of anything moving down through here, but everybody else, you guys are hearing this ship creak and groan, almost like there's something moving around. Every now and then you get a little ping from the PDAT, but it just, fast as it pops up, it vanishes again.
Yeah, don't like that. Mm-mm.
Yeah, the noise over the comm that Phoebe makes is kind of a...
All right, let's get those. Let's get into that bay. Let's give that a check there, and let's see what we got going on.
After you, and he will make a very overdone bow to Phoebe.
So are you guys going down this central hallway, or would you like to make a right down to that? Either way is an access to the hypersleep chamber.
Ooh, I do like taking turns on corners because I go by life support.
Phoebe will indicate, yeah, let's clear it, make sure there's nothing in there.
All right, yeah, I'll stack up on the door. Is this door gonna even open with the power rain as it is?
It might with
The door is actually partially open.
Oh, thank goodness! I was worried I had to make a roll. But smart gun goes first.
Yeah. Door opens. I swivel. Do I see anything?
You're going into the bay?
Just taking a look.
So immediately across from you, you see what's basically shattered and broken down life support scrubbers, coolant, things like that. Things that actually help to maintain the atmosphere on the ship itself. But that's not entirely all that's there. As you do a sweep around from the entryway, there's what looks like resin along the walls and these crevices here. Looks like actually a couple of eggs that just big eggs. They're maybe 3 feet tall and massive, big enough for a decent sized creature to be inside of it. But they don't seem to react, and in fact they really don't have any luster and are kind of caving in on themselves. Along the other side of the wall is a person coated in that resin. It seems to... The flesh and stuff seems still to be relatively intact, kind of preserved by that resin. And the body itself is partially deformed, almost like it was being turned into something else.
Could you go into a bit more detail on the deformation? I mean, is this person turning blue or?
Almost like, and anybody who's taking a look into this room itself needs to add a stress point as we're investigating. It's almost like his body is being condensed, and the lower part of it actually seems to match the makeup of the eggs across from it.
Could I make a medical aid check to try and ascertain if this guy's timeline, this person's timeline rather, is going to put him into egg shape?
Sure.
Two successes.
2 successes. So after going over it, you can say with some certainty that this crystallization process, this whole mutation, is dormant. Like, he's not... The process seems to have stopped a long time ago, probably about the same time as the eggs. It doesn't seem like it's activating or really reacting to you being there trying to ascertain what the deal is. The man's not responsive, so you can say for certainty that he's absolutely dead.
Fair. But still, oh gosh, there's no medical aid stunts. Dang it. All right. Well, I think this fella's a little gone for this world. Kind of choking back, vomiting up some stuff, but emotion. I think it's clear.
Yeah. So can I get confirmation on who all actually looked into the room?
I did.
I took
Okay.
my stress.
Yeah, I got my stress.
Took stress as well.
Okay.
I
Aaron?
get to roll 2 of them now.
Well, she was going to stay in the hallway, but if
I
everybody
think-
else-
You don't have to look in the room if you don't want to. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
I think even Phoebe's gonna just anybody who doesn't have to look at that should not. Just put a hand up.
Okay, she's not going to look. She'll read it. There were, everybody else, other people were.
Gannon is just gonna take that sign for what it is. Like,
Oh no! Oh no!
No,
Oh no!
I had to see this. I had to see this. Ganon absolutely has to see this.
Are you pulling Gannon into the room?
Oh yeah.
What? Tell me about what's going on with that.
I'm grabbing him by his collar and I'm just facing him towards the room. I'm like, we had to see this. What is it exactly that you're looking for?
He goes very white. He's like, not that. Absolutely not that. Now he seems a little bit more eager to move on.
Yeah. I understand that one because we're moving on.
And Phoebe's gonna indicate that it's time to move on.
Okay. So you guys move forward. Ganon indicates that the next hall will take you down into the hypersleep bay.
Oop.
Oop.
Also, Meg, if I ever make a move and you want to stop us before then, can you just call that out?
Yeah.
Cool. Also, it looks like our map isn't showing us right now.
F in the chat. Let's. Here we go. So please let me know if there's anything else you want to, things that you would like to be doing, Janie, with Aaron. At the moment, I've kind of been moving the token along as you're kind of being backline and taking up rear.
Just keeping a lookout.
Okay. So actually, before you guys get into that room, this door is actually closed.
Okay.
So if you want, it looks like there's enough leeway that you could pull it open.
I have a maintenance jack.
Hell yeah. All right.
I'll unhook that from the pack. I will stick that into the gap slightly. And I'm going to stop, and then I'm going to kind of leave it wedged in, and then look at Phoebe like, well, there you go. I mean, I can help you if you want, but like,
Out of curiosity, how big are the squares on this map?
These squares should be about 3 meters. Let me double check.
Oh, 3 meters. So I think what
1
we do
meter.
is we.
Each square is a meter.
Okay, so I think like we basically squeeze into the same square, and then you pull and flatten yourself against the wall, and Phoebe drops the gun as she goes through.
Okay. Can one of you with assistance roll me a... What do I want for this? Make me a heavy machinery roll.
I have a strength of 5, but a heavy machinery of 0.
It'll just roll what your strength is.
Yeah, no, I'm asking Turk as Corey.
Yeah, don't take this. That's why I said I locked it to the door, I hooked it in, and I said, well, there you go.
Okay, here we go. With assistance, do I add anything or just roll it straight up?
Do a +2 to your dice pool.
Yeah, I was going to say, could I contribute my 2 strength to that?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, we have some good and some bad. I got a success, but I also got a face hugger.
So go ahead and make me that panic.
Okay. Rolled a 4 on my panic roll. So everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. So
Be
once
cool.
you, with some heft, you pull down on this maintenance jack and the door opens. You can kind of get an idea of what maybe was keeping it closed now, because falling into the hull in front of you is a decomposing body with its own jack.
Gross. Decomposing as in like it's whole and it's just getting funky? Or like...
For the most part, the flesh has kind of been deteriorated or eaten away.
By acid or just by time?
Time, and it looks like, and you can see them skittering away, looks like some of those mud bugs as part of this bay is flooded.
Yuck. Okay, well, that's upsetting. But not enough to stop me from doing my job. Let's go in, and I'm going to post up where I can see both doors while somebody else does science.
Okay.
That's me.
That's upsetting, but not enough to keep me from doing my job.
So,
Phoebe worked for Amazon, confirmed.
sorry, you said he had his own maintenance chair?
Yes, he does.
Now I have 2 maintenance chairs.
Ganon,
Phoebe, you can do it.
Ganon, who is somehow turning even paler shades of white, is moving around the body. And you guys can all see now that once you're in the room, a very faint... We have a new quote. Congratulations, Merman.
It's beautiful. Capitalism incorporated.
As you guys move into the bay, you see the faint glow of 3 cryo chambers that are still actually active and covered in frost. You can see them. This one right in front of Phoebe, the one behind it, and then one in the far corner. So here, here, and here.
Because I'm a little dyslexic and I'm going to forget immediately, can you just drop some like
Here.
tokens
wait.
on those?
Let me.
Ping it again and I can freehand it.
I got you. Oh, ooh, that's not the right thing. Saves me the time of doing it later.
Perfect. So this top one, basically like the top row, all of them.
Top row, these two that are kind of in the off squares are in this second.
Gotcha. Okay, top row, top right, and then the second. Okay, so I guess first crispy critter getting popped open, first batch of ice cream. I mean, is there any kind of biometric readings on the side of these things? I mean, do we have a pulse on these guys?
Do we have one pulse on each?
Yeah. Well, we have a pulse from
You've got
on the
pulse.
PDAT, but
There's on the sides of them. It's seeing as it's in low power mode. You can see that it's active. It does have the indicator that there is a life sign in the pod. If you choose to, the glass is fogged up like you're aware of from other cryotubes since they're frosty. And that's kind of fogging up the glass and keeping you from seeing into it for yourselves.
Is there any indication of who's in each one?
Looks like they're all just labeled with a series of numbers.
not gonna ask you what numbers they are.
Uh,
But
Can we get a rundown on the
69. And
nice?
So here's this first guy. It's a serial number, essentially. The first one is on the outside of the tube. It says HK 4413-07.
oh shit, shit.
I have a whole fucking book of preparation, Tark.
Yes, I'm so excited. Anyway, all right, HK 441307. I would like to pop him open.
No. Before you get too crazy there.
before you open that freezer jam,
I got this. I got the Segan system already out. I'm ready.
Let's remember democracy here. Do we want to unfreeze these guys?
Phoebe's gonna nudge Corey to ask, basically like, hey, should we unfreeze this freezer jam, or since it's got a serial number and not a name, should we try to drag one of these fellas out of here on ice?
Now, I understand the concern. I say gesticulating with the system in hand. However, my thought process is thus: if they didn't give them a name, they're not part of the crew, and therefore they might be prisoners, setting themselves to freeze themselves off in some distant gulag system.
Phoebe is gonna kind of have to come up with some signs on the fly, but basically shoots back that, like, the guy in the other room was being altered by something. This could be the same kind of situation, and we can't visually confirm that.
Well, do we want to visually confirm that, or
I would prefer not.
If Ganon knows, we should ask Ganon first.
Ganon? You know what the hell we're gonna see when we pop these things open? I know PDAT only shows you motion, but like, you got some secret corporate idea about what's going on here?
As far as I'm aware, they're probably either participants or scientists. It's probably best if they stay frozen. If the dropship can get down here, we can just load them out that way, right?
Now, see, you saying that makes me want to unfreeze them even more.
I mean,
Why?
saying
You're
that makes
not
me
wanting to.
look. You said they could be participants, which leads me to believe they were test subjects, which tells me I don't want them on my fucking ship.
Look, I say participants, but that's a broad category. They could very well be interns. I don't have a record of
Doesn't
everybody
make
who
it
was on
any
the ship or even
better.
who was captured.
We all know what you put the interns through. It's not just get coffee. It's, hey, here's this mysterious drug. I'm gonna mysteriously inject you with it. Like, that's just
Okay,
how interns get treated
but-
these days.
But the point is we don't know for sure. So wouldn't it be better to just keep them in cryo and then figure it out in a place that's actually secure?
And then put them on my ship where the cryo could wear off and they could lose their fucking minds?
You
No, I
can
don't think
hook
so,
that-
sir.
The Tamb'itam has plenty of spaces where they can be contained, they can go through quarantine. It's secure.
I've seen enough horror movies to know that this is going to go wrong. Horribly, horribly wrong.
Phoebe will interject and say, "This isn't a horror movie. Come on."
You want to play This Isn't a Horror Movie? You want to go back to the life support bay?
We already been there. We already did that scene. We're in for a new thing. Look, what if we just popped open one of them and we bring the two others along for whatever we gotta do once they get on the ship?
All right. Let me have you ponder this for a minute. Do we really want to have to keep our eyes on another person while we're still trying to get the rest of the mission complete? I say we leave them here for now. We go do what we got to do, and then if we need to pop one open, we can pop one open when we leave.
Can you guys do me a
Phoebe
favor?
will assent to that.
You-
She's unassailable, but the DM's gonna tell us something. What, mother? What's the situation?
As you guys are kind of going back and forth looking over these tubes and trying to figure out what you're wanting to do with them, I need you to make me observation rolls for anybody who is choosing to look through them.
Over the tubes, correct? Not
Yes.
like the journals. Okay, perfect.
I'm not looking at the tubes. I'm looking at the
That's
doors.
one. That's technically 2 successes. Which
Okay. So both of you have confirmation that, and you can actually tell looking closer into this, that these are not what you would recognize as Union pods. They actually look like pods from something like your own ship. These are Colonial Marines pods.
Okay.
And with Lapata, since you got that extra success, you can see a little bit through that fog in the glass. And it's about where their face would be. You're not getting any indistinguishable features. It looks like it's just one smooth, almost smooth surface.
Sir, looks like someone took an angle grinder to this fella's face. Someone.
That is a pod that is still active with a life sign.
Yeah, but could anyone with a smooth face truly be called to have a life?
But not all of us could be as handsome as you, Labata. We got to understand that. So,
Points to the explosion scars across his face. Yeah, well, it's a lifestyle.
Phoebe is again gonna reiterate, like, thing that keeps us alive is keeping unknowns to a minimum. Let's move on to our main objective and then circle back if we need to pick these up.
I very much support that idea.
Your logic, as usual, is unassailable. All right. Leave the frosty pops where they are. And I'll motion towards the door, point towards the central hallway. Follow after you. Your mainframe was down that left corridor, right?
Oh, yes. Down the left and up to the top of the ship. Medbay is on the right hand. And Ross and Hunter, you both notice that now that this discussion has finally concluded and y'all have decided to keep them in the freezers, Ganon actually breathes a bit of a sigh of relief.
Noted. I'll remember that.
Fucking side of Phoebe.
Yeah,
I
barely.
told you he was fucking hiding something.
Alright, so are you guys heading up to the mainframe?
I believe that's the plan. If this door is all unlocked and we're
It's
free to.
partially open, so easy enough to
I
hold.
use my 2 maintenance jacks.
No maintenance jacks required.
Akimbo.
I double the maintenance, double the jacks. But twice the pride, double the fall.
Double the dragon, double the fun.
But yeah, we'll take point up to this. I think that's another door up here.
Yes, that is another door.
I'll leave room for my smart gunner to.
Oh,
Make me some observations as you guys go through.
Oh gosh, okay.
you
Oh.
got it, game mother.
I have 1 success and a stress die, and a panic roll rather.
I did it. I succeeded.
Okay.
One success here on my stressy die.
I got a whole
Lapata.
lot of nothing.
Lapata, I got a 4 on my stressy, so low stressy, most impressy.
Alright, so Lapata and Phoebe, since you guys are kind of up front, and Lapata being the second, closer to the middle, as you pass through this duct access that was behind you all, and for the chat, there's a duct here, an air vent,
You're gonna have to point again.
Right,
right here.
boom.
Basically just right in front of that hall. Something reaches out to you guys notice, and Phoebe is quick enough to get away. Lapata, you catch the glimpse but aren't quite able to move enough to avoid what looks like something slashing out at you. Give me an armor roll, please.
Ah, okay.
Both of you add a stress die. Okay,
That's
so
no successes.
you are going to take a point of damage from that, sir.
No, I have a reroll. 1 second.
Oh yeah, you
One
do
sec.
have a reroll. Go for
I do have
it.
a reroll. Let's no. I have a +2. Can I roll with a? I had 2 other
You can
D6.
push. You can push a roll and add a point to your stress, and
I
I'll
have
let you add
3.
bonuses.
I have 3 stress already.
At this point, you have
no.
2 plus 2s actually.
I do.
And if you do end up pushing it, you get an additional +1.
Look. Okay. Look. Why the fuck not, right? So we'll push it. I'll take that 4th stress die, and this next armor roll is gonna be the +3.
That's fucking right, Turk. Play the game.
Yes, come on. Triple success. I don't feel anything. I register it as a light breeze. It's not an attack.
Light breeze and all, it skids across the plating on your leg. Sounds like almost a knife dragging across it. And very quickly, whatever it was just disappears back into the duct.
Could I give a light burst of fire down the duct in retaliation?
Yeah, if you would like to.
I would love to.
I think that's probably Phoebe's instinct too.
Just like hearing the scraping. Ooh, that's 4 successes.
And that's just
Yeah.
straight you're ducking down into to open
Just-
fire into the duct.
I just like feel the scrape across my chest, like barely lean back enough to keep it from piercing my armor, probably leaving a real cool mark across my armor that I'll totally not keep the rest of this campaign. And then just It's full auto, so
You shouldn't fire full auto unless you're a machine gunner. 'Cause
That's
Yeah,
also
full auto
incurs
adds to your stress.
that's true. Sorry. I got excited. I saw the tag and I forgot the rules.
It's an option for the gun. Full auto is a stress.
I will not do that then. I have enough stress. They've served me well. But I'll just do a quick burst fire down there. But yeah, if Phoebe wants to join in on this.
Yeah, I do as well. Was that?
That's a success. That's
That's
one
a
success
success.
in a whole lot of die.
What does full auto do again? Because I can do that without taking stress.
Full auto is basically. Shit, let me double check it.
You're good. I can check it while you continue narration. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me. I believe full auto is just basically you let through a good chunk of your ammo.
Yeah,
With,
full auto was like a continuous, whereas like semi-auto was like a burst.
It deals
like-
more damage, I believe.
Oh,
but
you get a +2 modification to your roll if you do that.
hell yeah.
So I'm
Because,
just gonna roll.
Just do 2d6.
Yeah. That doesn't. Does it tell me how
It's
those roll?
4 and a 4 if you hover.
Okay, so it's no additional successes.
Okay.
I
So-
have 3 additional successes, and I would like that each stunt die to inflict 1 more point of damage. So that's 5.
So that's 5 from you, and then it's base damage 2. So that is actually 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 5, and then Phoebe's is an additional 3. So that's 8 points of damage. And this guy didn't do so hot on his armor check. You hear what sounds distinctly like a person cry out.
Oh no.
That was a person that you just shot, and you can tell now that you're actually looking into the duct. You've just riddled a man that actually looks like it was one of the settlers, full of holes.
We did it.
There's a couple of more pings on that PDAT as it seems like there's movement, and then it stops.
Remember, we're just gonna go ahead and mark this down as one of Lapata's happy accidents. Everybody gets 2.
I kind of like begrudgingly, like kind of quietly, like after looking at it, like offer Phoebe a fist bump, like yeah, we got him.
You get jellyfished as she puts your hand down.
That's fair. Oh boy.
But because of that, and you all kind of realizing you just killed this person who it was just you don't actually even know why he was on this ship. So I need people who were walking past to actually take a stress point.
Oh no.
All right, everybody. I think we just need to stop and take a breath. Look, you didn't know what was going on. He attacked you. I need you to shout really quick. He's coming right at me. That's all I need to hear.
Well, he literally did attack. I do have the mark on my chest, sir.
Lapata, I need to hear. He's coming right at me.
He's coming right at me.
All right. It was self-defense. This is not a war crime. It was perfectly legal.
I mean,
What is this
Phoebe's
strange
gonna grab
obsession
you by
he
the
has?
shoulder, and like give a shake of the head.
you can't use a command, can you? Because that would get rid of one of my stress die, and that'd be great.
Actually,
Look.
I believe that actually is a feature that Phoebe has, isn't it?
Phoebe?
Does
I
Phoebe
don't
have one?
think. I don't
Somebody
think Phoebe
has
has that.
Somebody
Phoebe has the opposite of that, which is I can say no, thank you.
Oh,
if
so you
somebody
could say,
tries
"Fuck
to
off."
communicate me.
Oh, it's not Phoebe, it's Aaron that has it.
Yeah.
Oh. Aaron, please save us. We have so much stress. How much stress are you at now, Furman?
That's 4 stress over here.
Banter.
I got a full handful.
I'll just be like, back here I can't see anything.
That's supposed to make us feel better?
I don't know. And then she said that they weren't supposed to attack us,
That's true.
and that they left the ship.
That's
Like, this
also
is an abandoned area. So what was this person doing here?
ambushing us.
Well, they weren't supposed to, according to the agreement that they said we have. So possibly this is not a settler, or they're another branch of settlers, or an imposter. So you didn't really hit anybody because they weren't following the agreement. They probably are just snuck on here and work for someone else.
Suppose I can get around that way of thinking.
Didn't you? I heard it scratch you, right?
Well, yeah, I'll turn it. I'm God,
Yeah, that's an injury. That could have been fatal. You know? Could have lost you there. And so you saved yourself.
Do a command roll for me.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. Where's command?
No, I enjoy this narration. I do.
Mhm.
Because command does not have to be like pull yourself together. It can be empathetic.
I didn't get anything.
Is not a success on your part, but we can rest assured that we can ease spirits a little bit. You don't get any stress die relief, but it's enough to kind of bring everybody back down, and you guys can move forward.
Are we headed to the mainframe then?
Yeah, we're on our way.
I think what Phoebe's gonna do is like post up on the outside of this like sensor maintenance bay, and kind of indicate that somebody else should take point going into that back room.
All right, let's do this.
Oh, I want in on that computer.
Okay,
Tech Goblin powers activate. Is that door in my way?
give me a second, guys.
No worries.
So, Ganon notes that, hey, I'm pointing out the equipment. Like, this is where we can set up a transmitter to try to contact the Tamb'itam. Tamb'itam. Tamb'itam.
Tamb'itam.
But
Tamb'itam.
do we need power for that?
Nah, he's got his own little private SOS, don't you?
I'm just saying that we can use the array. I mean, you're smart enough to use the equipment. We can, probably jerry-rig it?
Smart enough to use the equipment. Ganon, I'm a Marine. I can barely color inside
He's saying
the
that motioning to Lapata.
I hate to break it to you, but I do make a pretty picture with the crayons. But also, I do know something about setting up signals. So if you got yourself a fantasy SOS system, I'd be happy to plug it in.
Knowing full well that Ganon cannot understand her, she signs, he's more of a pretty face.
I don't even know about that part.
He says as he sweeps his hair back.
Well,
She shoots him a glance and again knocks on her metal jaw.
look, if you're, I kind of like completely keeping Ganon out of the conversation. Look, if you're into that sort of thing, I mean, pretty suit's a little muddy, so probably has to take it off at some point, don't he? Fair point, fair point. And I imagine that's exactly what it would look like if you guys decided to. Anyway. You go and pull out your equipment there, and we'll be back in a second once we grab your black box and all your dirty little secrets.
You're going to need the PDAT with the codes to actually get the black box. You'll need it to access the mainframe.
Phoebe will stand guard at the break point and probably signal Hunter to come, guard with her. Do you want to be called Hunter or Aaron?
Jaeger.
She probably prefers Aaron, but she's been really quiet. She's kind of a more new person.
Yeah. Okay, so Phoebe's being more formal. Yeah, so she signs Hunter over here.
Yes,
All right, I'll help Mr. Razzmatazz in his fancy suit of Taz set up his get-home beacon.
Okay, so you guys are posting up in the maintenance bay, and I need a heavy machinery to kind of get that antenna focused, and then a CommTech roll to actually get everything running.
Can I request some assistance from my handy-dandy strong girl?
Am I the person best suited on the team to heavy machinery? I get 5 dice.
I have 2.
I have 0.
What about your strength?
Yeah, strength.
3.
Okay. Yeah, you're better
Okay.
than me. Good.
Muscle Girl switches places with Bob Ross momentarily. I'll roll that for you. Look at all those successes. 4 successes. I'm incredible.
Look at all those chickens.
You can absolutely say with certainty that array is in place, and if there's any issues, it ain't your fault.
Take a feat.
Yeah.
Take a stunt.
Phoebe.
You do get to take a stunt from that.
You get to
I
take
get to
3
take a
stunts.
what? 3?
For each extra, you get 3 stunts. You can gain a +1 mod to a later roll of the same skill. You got this. You don't need to roll to overcome the exact same challenge in the future. You do it quickly in half the time. You break it permanently. You act quietly, or you show off.
Let's make it quiet.
Okay.
And do I get more than 1 stunt?
Yeah, for each extra.
Oh, then I show off. Okay, so Phoebe
As one
has,
does.
Phoebe has, because her lower jaw is completely replaced. She doesn't have organic saliva glands. But her synthetic saliva, she spits into her hands, and it does that thing that saliva doesn't actually do of making your hands a little stickier. And so she gets it aligned real quick.
And do you want to take up maybe half the time? It takes you basically nothing at all?
Yeah, love that.
Okay. Alright, so within a couple of minutes that's all set into place, and all that's left is Lapata and Ganon. Ganon's got the codes for you, and you just need to roll a CommTech to get everything operational.
For having codes, do I have any modifiers to this roll?
No.
Okay.
Because you just needed the codes to... Actually, yeah, I would go ahead and do a +2.
Yes. Oh no, it's a stressor, but it is a success.
Okay, do a panic for me.
8. Okay, it's getting a little close.
It's getting closer. You're good on the panic roll. Although both of you kind of get the hell scared out of you for a second as some running flatfish skitter out from a well of water underneath the actual terminal. These are some mean-looking critters, and they skitter and bugger off. But you guys get things operational, and there is actually now a open call up to the Tamb'itam. You guys can make that contact whenever you would like. If you want to get the black box first, if you want to go ahead and talk to them.
I'll kind of like the radio end of this system. I'll kind of like hold that on the cord and like pass it over to Corporal Ross. Sir, line's clear.
For a hot second, I thought you were gonna pass it to Phoebe as a joke.
I mean,
Sounds right.
I would never make fun of your problem.
All right, I'm
learned
gonna
my
go ahead
lesson
and
last time.
let's get the ball rolling. We want that ship down here as quickly as possible. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a call.
Okay. You pick up. Cassidos immediately comes up on the response and just demands to know who's on the other line of this. And going, this is Lieutenant Cassidos. Who am I talking to?
Oh, Lieutenant, it's Rumple fucking Stiltskin. Who do you think it is?
Oh, fucking great. I have to listen to you again.
Yeah, you do have to listen to me. We're on target. I'd say maybe 20 minutes we should be able to grab this black box and get out of here. So let's get a dropship rolling. You are going to want to watch out, though, because we got shot down. So thanks for that.
Yeah, we didn't pick up on any of the Union's team until it was too late. You guys were already inside the field. We couldn't send any signals.
Well, we're transmitting coordinates. If you could get a dropship ready to go, we're going to be ready to go.
Got it.
And I just going to end that communication.
Yeah, it's an open channel now, so you guys can do any updates or anything that you need to. As you guys get ready, who all is going over to the
I would
mainframe?
like to tech goblin some stuff.
You're gonna tech goblins and stuff?
I'm gonna tech goblin the shit out of this computer mainframe.
Are you taking stuff or trying to find stuff?
Well, I'm heading over. I'm a tech guy. I'm the fucking comtech. I address this system as one would a person of higher guard. I approach it slowly. I make sure to give it its space, but I slowly encroach upon it, and I slowly remove my Season's, my tool.
So here you're getting
system, and I.
Please.
You're getting
stop
all
playing
geared up and ready to
computer.
go, but
It's
unfortunately,
getting hot in here.
you're getting all geared up and ready to go. But unfortunately, once that door opens, you find that this mainframe section is flooded. Looks like to access the box, at least the box, you're gonna need to get under that water. And if you're gonna get to the rest of the mainframe, you're gonna have to take a swim.
Yeah, I'm going to veto that right here.
Can't do this to me. Anyway, yeah. Well, Furman put it correctly in chat.
I'm
You
here to
gotta
be a
get wet.
cock block. I apologize.
No, that's not the situation at all. You gotta get wet to get that box. There is one thing I know. I'm diving in. I'm gonna at least secure the black box if I can.
Okay. So
If I did it to not be too difficult to swim. Like if it's a thing a techie person could do.
make me a D6 roll.
Oh no. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. This is all fine. This is exactly what I wanted to happen.
Okay.
2.
So you're gonna end up, now that you're getting under the water and figuring out where this black box is, you realize it's going to take you a little bit of time to get this jammed box out. From what you can tell, it's still functional, but it's going to take working under that water for 10, maybe 15 minutes. It'll take some doing to get it out.
I'll pop up out of the water. Sir, I'm gonna need a little bit of time to get this thing unhooked. It's a mess down there.
I'm just shaking my head at him. I told him not to jump into the water to begin with, so...
Look, is that an affirmative? Like, you keep going about your business, or...
You've already, dove headfirst into this project, so,
Oh, I'm sorry, do you want to keep all the poison ivy stuff on you?
I don't have any poison ivy on me.
You were all exposed. You're just not really feeling the effects of it.
I gotta wash this all off me.
You want me to throw you some shampoo? I think I got some herbal essence in my bag.
No. Stuff doesn't agree with my complexion.
If you're not taking a nice relaxing bath, get the damn box so we can get out of here.
I'm working on it. It's a damn jumble down there, sir. But I'll kind of dive under, go back into it.
Okay. So you're working through this. Unfortunately, it seems like this place is also home to something else. Those mud bugs that were crawling, the mud bugs that were crawling all over Phoebe back in the swamp are now trying to harass you as you're working. That's a stress and a panic roll, sir.
Seven. Oh, thank
Y'all are
goodness.
handling it. Like
I rolled a 1. I rolled a 1 and got a 7. Oh, it's 6 panic. I'm stressed out.
I'm so proud of y'all.
I'm so cool. I'm so cool.
So, I need you to make me a heavy machinery roll. Yeah. Oh no!
Okay, so I have 2 stress, but 1 success.
Give me that panic roll.
Okay. It's a 10. It's a 10. That's under 11, right?
Oh.
Wait.
It's under 11. So, as you successfully get, you do have chat bonuses. Like
I do.
You can.
I do. Wait, can I add a +2 to my total here? No, I don't have +2. Wait, no. I'm good.
Would it be just like a 2, but in a positive way?
Like a -2.
Plus,
Are you
minus
talking
2?
about -2 to your stress?
Yeah, -2 on my panic roll, but I could. Ooh,
You have an
Ooh, I have-
advantage.
I have 2 +2s as well. Could I add those +2s to the ones I rolled? And never mind. I already rolled the stress.
And you
and I-
already had used a +2, so now
I
you're
already
back
used-
down to 1.
That is correct. So I think I'm good because 10's clear, right? 10's clean. 10's good.
10's clean.
all- We're good. We're gonna save it because it's eventually gonna be real bad. I'm sure.
So as you,
Here's a question.
Hmm.
Cole donated 100 bits earlier. Did we use that 1d4 of healing, and can it be used to heal stress?
so in this one, in this system, I put the donations table inside the player notes doc. On
okay.
our table, 100 bits equals to recovering 1 point of damage. And we ended up using that for Erin to top her off at the beginning.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I'm good though. I'm good. It's all fine.
You're good. So as you are able to successfully yank this black box out, you had to backtrack and get Ganon's codes and to be able to actually release it. But you yank this thing out. The jostling causes the water to stir. And even though those mud bugs are cleared, you can see something else in the water. A black exoskeleton with a long, bulbous looking head and metal teeth.
Uh,
That one is an immediate panic roll, sir.
yeah, that's fair. I would like to use my advantage on this.
You want an advantage on your panic roll?
I would love to.
Sure.
8. Yes. 12 to 8.
Oh, thank God.
I want to look at the table and see what the actual panic roll would have gotten you. I'm really
Nothing
curious.
good.
I just want to see.
I would have like literally all you have to do at this point is like gasp, and it's just your face is full of water.
Oh, so there are actually things for before 11. But I'm a fool. I'm a damned of a fool. So 8 is actually technically trembling. All skills rolled using agility, suffering -2 until your panic stops, which is a round.
Okay.
How long is
So
it?
12 would have been you screaming while underwater, which
would
wouldn't
be
have
bad
been a good
underwater.
time. So
So I'll be trembling and terrified as I
you'll be shaking, and you're able to kind of swallow that scream as you realize that this thing is only moving because of the water shifting. It is not active. And it does not seem to be trying to move or lash out at you.
I'm gonna take that black box and pop out of the water like.
If you want to, you can also roll me an observation roll.
I do like rolling observationals.
We're gonna ignore that fucking panic roll. Actually,
Okay.
no, roll it on the table. I want to see.
For the audience,
Seven.
we got 3 successes
Three.
on that observation.
All right, so this
Three
is
successes
fine.
and a stress, so a 7.
You come out of this kind of shaking and twitching and popping out of the water. If Corporal Ross is still hanging out there, keeping an eye on you, now you get a point of stress seeing your Marine come out of this water, and even you catch a glimpse of that black creature lurking in the depths. With that, though, you actually remember picking up what has been long since banned copy of something called Space Beast. Is a book talking about a creature just like this that was written by Robert Morse. And he is noted as a prisoner that was the only one left alive after the prison colony was shut down. But he talks about this black dragon creature and actually talks about how it came into the prison and killed everybody. Along with, it also mentions a woman named Ripley. This is something that you have actually squirreled away in your quarters somewhere on a database.
I like to read, okay?
That one's for Turk, not for you.
Oh.
I'll pop out of the water. It's alright. It's dead. It's dead. It's just one of them. I thought that thing was fake as shit. It's fine. Only thing getting close to my face is one of them mudfish. And I'll hold on to the black
Can
box.
we hear them from down the corridor?
Yes.
There's like an inquisitive set of tones.
So you guys might have your own things to be dealing with. I need you both, Phoebe and Aaron, to make observation rolls for me.
It's fine. My adrenaline is making me great at observation. What did I say? 2 successes. Let's go.
I think I have 1 success.
You do. You have 1 success and 1 stress.
Okay.
So then, Aaron, I need you to do a panic roll for me, and both of you are going to end up taking a stress point on this as well.
Egg.
One roll.
Y'all can't be out of this party. Come on.
I got 5.
Okay. So, Aaron, you are good.
I didn't have to make a panic roll, right?
No, you didn't. But both of you can see, actually, both on your perspective ends of this hallway, because I imagine, Phoebe, you're over here on this left side. Let me put that section into view for the stream. This side over here by Ganon, and I imagine Aaron is looking down this bottom corridor, just kind of keeping watch. And there's corresponding pings on the PDAP, as well as you each see a person go down these halls. Just kind of dart past. You hear vents opening, that familiar shing, and then close. But you've each seen a figure.
I got a stunt on my observation roll, and I would like to ask you, is it coming for me?
Seems like maybe it was trying to get a gauge on what you were doing. Like, the figure pauses in the hallway long enough to see down there, make eye contact with you, and then bolt. It is dark enough in this hallway that you can't quite ascertain who or what it is.
This is really suspicious. I don't know if we should go check that out or just let the rest of our group know and get out of here as fast as we can.
Phoebe signs back like, we're controlling a choke point right now. Probably better for us to stay together rather than expose our flank.
Okay. Just let them know that there's more possible hostile civilians.
Ganon is moving into this little corner here.
Phoebe gestures him away from the vent.
He's now over here in this hallway.
Mr. Ganon-Yutani, whatever your name is, what do you know about this ship that you're not telling us?
At this point, I've told you guys everything that I know.
No, you haven't.
No, I'm serious.
No,
I don't know anything else here. I don't know who those people are. I don't know what else is going on. I've told you about Project Life Force. That's all there is to this.
I don't believe you. Please tell us.
Could you command him to tell you more? Is that a thing you can do?
She would need to roll me a manipulation.
I can try that. I don't think I have.
He's not really a Marine, so you can't exactly do command or pull rank.
Okay, I'm going to try this. I have 0 in it, but I'm still going to try. I got 1 success.
Well,
He is actually being very genuine with you. He doesn't know what else might be going on here.
Okay.
And you can tell that with how frantically he is defending it and how agitated he is actually getting about not knowing.
Okay.
There's like an irritated tritone from Phoebe as she posts up again. Is this around when we hear the splashing from down the hall and the spook?
Yes.
Aaron is going to let them They say in the comments that there are more people moving around.
And Phoebe's gonna have like that inquisitive set of beeps about what they're yelling about back there.
You want to tell R2 Labata, or should I?
Hey, that is a dated unkind reference. Sorry. Found the black box. Also got one of them exoskeleton fuckers that Morse is always going on about in his book.
Is Ganon on comms to hear that?
Yes.
Okay. If he's not telling us to take it back, I'm not touching it.
He's very pale. He doesn't seem to want anything to do with that one.
I figure if these settlers saw something, it must have been this one. It's dead though, so that's good.
Great, awesome. We don't have to worry about that thing skulking around behind us, but there's somebody else skulking around in the ship, so...
Phoebe will try to comfortingly heft her smart gun.
I don't know how much stock I put in that, considering you threatened to shoot me with it.
At this point, guys,
She'll do a crying baby sign again.
After catching a glimpse of what I just caught a glimpse of, as we come back to the sensor maintenance room, I'm going to grab Ganon and kind of like slam him up against the wall, and basically just demand that he tells us what exactly the purpose of Project Life Force was.
Make me a manipulation, please. You slam him against the wall, and
It's one success for
One
chat.
success.
yeah, one success. And I'll work on getting a little thing window that shows the rolls for next time. But you slam him against the wall, and he just responds with, Project Life Force just researched xenobiology. That's all I know.
Hey, Labata. That book of yours, did it ever mention anything about xenobiology?
Well, I mean, in a way, it mentioned xenobiological forces attacking a prison.
He referred to it as both a dragon and a xenomorph, depending on who was referring to it as.
Yeah, so, to be fair, it's a crazy read, but definitely not human. So, Xeno feels pretty appropriate right now.
Fair enough.
Now that you are all back in maintenance, make me observation rolls.
Huh. Should be good at these. Oh, 2 successes.
Yep, 2 successes.
Oh no, I was wrong. 1 success and a stress and a panic. So,
Aaron, I need you to make me a panic.
Okay. But I got 3 successes.
You got 4 successes and two face huggers. For chat, yeah, Corey gets a success and a face hugger.
and I rolled 11.
Phoebe has 3 successes. Aaron has 4 successes and 2 stress. And have you rolled yet?
Yeah,
Fail?
I had 2 successes.
Okay.
So everyone's gotten a success on their rolls. Aaron, you are good. Nothing is phasing you today. Turk, your immediate instinct, given the stuff that you have been exposed to in the last, 30 minutes on its very own, you guys all see again down each corridor movement. And Turk, your immediate response is to back up and try to find someplace secure.
Yeah, I guess the immediate move is to, I guess this corner right here.
Okay, so
Just throw himself in a corner and, as a first reaction, and immediately begin overwatching. Just
okay, so in doing so, your stress level goes down by 1. However, everybody else in the room is going to increase their stress by 1. You'll be like this for maybe a minute, kind of in this hold up overwatch. But after that, you kind of realize, okay, we're fine. We can deal with it. We're ultimate badasses. We're good.
Okay, so Erin, she is stressed, but she doesn't instead of her hair being back perfectly, there's one strand of hair out. But she's just taking everything really it's just another day at work. It's nothing.
With that, you guys also hear what sounds like a hiss down the hall. It's a very familiar tone of actually a cryopod opening.
Did we already call for evac?
Yes, we did. What is Ganon's reaction to that hiss?
This man has gone 50 Shades of White through this whole thing, and somehow is now gotten to the point where you can basically see the veins through his skin. He is kind of backing further in, looking
Yeah,
around
have
kind
fun
of
with that.
frantic, trying to get to a point where it's okay, what the hell are we doing? But as far as what goes on for your evac, you ended up telling them 20 minutes?
Yeah.
So the comms cracked the life. At this point, it's been over half an hour since you made that call between having to deal with the conversation and what was going on in the mainframe. The radio crackles up to life, and it's Cassidos again asking if anybody reads.
Yeah, I'll pick it up.
Hello? Ross, anybody? Are you there? Please don't be
Yeah.
Ross.
Yeah, too bad it's Ross.
Fuck. Dropship's going on its way now. It should break atmosphere within the next 5-10 minutes. How are you guys holding up? Did you get that box?
We've got the asset, but we've also got some bogeys. And we may have seen some shit that we probably shouldn't have seen.
Oh, that sounds like it's going to be one hell of a debriefing.
Yeah, you bet your ass it is.
Okay, I hold up, get secured, and figure out what's going on. If you can eliminate what's keeping you there, that'd work best so that your dropship can come in clear.
Roger, we're gonna make our way out of this fucking metal tomb that we just had to dive through. We're definitely gonna need some major. We're gonna need a shrink. You need to get the onboard shrink ready for Labata. He's definitely gonna need to talk to somebody about this shit.
I'll talk to Roy about that.
I don't know if Roy's the best choice for that, but you do what you got to
Well,
do.
he's the closest thing we've got on this frigate.
We're cool. Me and Roy are cool.
Unless you want to talk to the staff sergeant, I'm sure he'd love to talk to him.
I'm just gonna cut off comms, and I'm gonna sign to Phoebe that basically like this hallway right here should almost be a straight shot to the exit, and see what she thinks.
Phoebe nods and signals that she can go first, but she is going to point out that they've got to watch the doors on the, I don't know if it's actually north, but on the north side.
All right, and so I'm gonna signal back down the hallway that we came from, and I'm gonna sign like, hey, do you think we should go this way, less doors?
She shakes her head and she signals back jam jars.
All right. So I am going to, I'm gonna try to snap Ganon out of whatever funk he's in and point him at that hallway. I'll be like, okay, as quietly as I can. I'm gonna gesture and be like, we need to move, and we need to move fast. I'm gonna take up behind Phoebe, and I want Labata behind me, and we're just gonna go.
You want Phoebe in the front, or do you want Phoebe in the back?
I'll go front, you go back.
Cool. Phoebe gets ready to clear.
Okay, so you guys are planning on going down this left side hallway?
We're sure we don't want to see about that pod opening.
Yeah, no, we're not even gonna. What we saw back in there, no, we're not gonna risk it. I'm not risking your guys' lives. We're getting out of here.
What about blowing this thing to high hell?
Oh, as soon as we get out of here, if you can find a way to blow it to high hell, more power to you.
I mean, by the sound of the walls, that fuel tank's still got some oomph in it. Could see about rupturing that.
Yeah, but we're getting out of here first and foremost.
Okay,
I
so
don't-
what's
I
the
don't
march
lose
Phoebe
order?
says, do we want to set the bomb on the way out?
I'd be on board with that. I could probably fit a timer onto some grenades, and they got a service access to a thruster or a fuel tank. I can make do with that.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, can I get a marching order?
So I'm in front.
Phoebe did front, right?
No, Phoebe's in back.
Phoebe's back. Okay, so
Phoebe's in back. Logic there, out of character, being I want to be the first thing that our friends in the cryo tube see,
okay.
because I have the most dice to throw at them.
We got Ross, Lapata, and Hunter after me.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
Where do you want
I
Ganon?
want my squad first and foremost. Ganon's a liability. If he is where he is, I'm getting my people out alive. So if Ganon gets taken out, Ganon gets taken out.
Let's make a Ganon sandwich.
Yeah, I'd say we put him in the middle.
Okay. Who is holding on to the black box?
I do.
Okay. So we're doing a Ganon sandwich?
Mm-hmm.
We're doing a Ganon sandwich, but not in the fun way.
Not in the fun way, no. Definitely not in the fun way.
Then Aaron is behind Ganon and in front of Phoebe. Correct?
Yep.
I assume
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll move myself aside so that's actually possible.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. So you guys get into formation, decide how you're going to handle this. I need you all to just make me flat out mobility rolls.
You said flat out mobility, and I was like, ah, yes, that means agility, but it does not.
I have a success, but also a panic.
I have 2 successes.
Lapata, I need you to get your shit together.
I cannot.
I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna smack him.
I rolled an 11. Can I use that +2 with that smack to make it a 9?
Sure. You're dropping something, which in this case is going to be the black box. You know what? I'll let you choose. Black box or your gun.
There are other guns.
There are other guns, yes. And if I get to choose, I will drop my gun.
Okay. So you dropped your gun, but you're holding on to the black box. As a note, it's going to be an action to take your pistol. I believe you have a pistol, right?
I should. I think. I have a knife.
I think I'm the only one that doesn't have a pistol.
Nope, I don't have a pistol.
Oh, well.
That was not my
I'm gonna pull my pistol out of my holster and hand it to him.
Okay.
Well, if you're giving me time to, if we're stopping the move.
Let's say if you're going to be doing that, it'd be an action that would just pause for a moment.
Yeah, if we're stopping, I can just pick it up, sir.
Which would actually be long enough for him to kind of snap out of things.
Fair enough.
But as far as what causes you to stop and hold up for a second is that there is actually gunfire coming down towards you guys from this hall.
I would just like to say that since I got 3 successes, I am giving myself a +1 to a later skill roll relating to this one.
Okay.
I got, I think I got 1 success.
You got two. You got 2
I got
successes.
2.
So you have
Okay.
The number readout isn't correct. You actually have to look at the number of pips, unfortunately.
Okay.
So you have a stunt. You can also do.
Can you pick the same stunt twice? No, right?
I
Depends
did?
on what it is.
Yeah.
The +1, can I pick that twice?
To your observation for a later
To my
time?
mobility.
Mobility? Sure.
Cool. So I'm going to get a +2 to a roll related to this roll.
Do we have to stunts in the roll 20?
No, but I can tell you right now, you get a +1 on a roll going forward. You can give someone else a success on the same die, or you impress someone.
There's some variation depending on what the actual roll is, but yeah, I believe for observation that's pretty much those.
Mobility.
Or mobility, yeah.
I'm gonna say this for the chat right now. The map is real zoomed in for you, but there are little lads doing the little lad dance all over the ship now.
Berries and cream, berries and
The
cream.
PDAT is going off as there's more movement, and you guys are booking it, and you get to about... Corporal, I'm going to end up moving you to indicate how far we end up getting here.
It's like I'm being driven forward by
About there.
an unknown force.
When these guys who are around the corner catch you and start opening fire. And it's at that point you're all able to kind of duck and cover, but it spooks the shit out of Lapata.
Stop scaring Lapata.
I'm going through a lot, okay?
He's our soft little boy. We gotta protect him.
I'm just a baby. Hold on now. Hey now, I'm just a little guy.
Can we make the call that somebody shoves our
Ganon?
Ganon into that doorway?
Yes.
Cool.
Duck. Inside.
Yeah.
And so what we're going to do now is deal the cards. So you guys should be able to see the initiative deck cards. We're gonna do a total of 5. Can you please cooperate here?
Never.
All players. Excuse me. Deck, I need you. Okay, the deck's not working. Fuck that. Everybody roll an initiative die.
All right. Oh, turn tracker isn't on.
We'll just keep track of that.
I rolled a 9.
Okay. So it looks like, as far as order goes, we've got corporals going first, and then Lapata and Phoebe. You guys can decide who goes first. Actually, Aaron, and then it's Lapata and Phoebe. You guys can decide in which order you guys go.
Can we take a quick strategy break?
Yeah.
Quick strategy break?
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna throw over to intermission for a moment, guys, and it should be the last one of the night. Give us a few minutes, and we will come back around. Say bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, we are back again, guys. Hello, and welcome, raiders. I noticed that we got a couple of raiding parties while we were on break. Welcome. You guys have tuned in just in time for our race to the finish. Our crew here has run into some issues. They're trying to run out of this ship that they were on for their mission, but are finding themselves very quickly being surrounded by Union of Progressive People soldiers. So now it's time to run and gun. Our marching order right now, as far as initiative goes, is Corporal. You are up.
All right. I'm gonna run and gun. So I see that first guy right there in the corner. So as I'm running forward, I'm just gonna aim and shoot. I'm just gonna take the shot.
Okay. Make me a ranged combat, please.
Yep. That was this one, and then oh wait, this one.
2 successes. What would you like to do with that additional?
There's 2 of them right there, is there not?
There are.
So I think I'm just gonna take a shot at both of them.
Okay.
That's gonna be.
First guy takes the brunt of it. He takes a knee, basically. And the second guy, unfortunately, he is still standing.
Whoever's coming up behind me could take their shot at him, because I'm moving forward.
Moving forward. Okay, so you can move for your movement action, basically. You can move about there.
All right, so I'm gonna move to about here, just so
Okay.
I can keep a good eye on that corner and make sure that my people are staying behind me.
All right.
And that's it.
So, what we've got next is our Union soldiers. Homeboy number 2 that was around here, around the corner. His buddy is pretty much down. Got a nasty graze deep into his throat, so he's probably not getting back up. Next guy, though, is not too happy about seeing that. However, he's got his own job to do. We'll move him. He moves forward and actually just takes a shot at the next guy coming up the corner, which is going to end up being Lapata.
Ah, no.
I hate it for you, buddy.
I know, right? Hey. I'm just a little
Oh,
guy.
my little birthday boy.
I'm just a little guy, and it's my birthday.
Make me an armor roll, please.
I would love to. 2 successes.
Congrats. That just pings off. And yeah, you've got some good armor, man.
I have some very good armor.
Some very good armor, but that is up for him. Up here, though, we've got somebody else rounding this corner, taking a shot at the corporal as he is coming up. I need you to also make me an armor roll.
That is no successes.
That is a point of damage to you, sir.
Fair enough.
Bullet kind of digs into that one segment on your arm that's not guarded. It seems like it was just a damn lucky shot. At the sound of gunfire, we got some more people moving around. Phoebe, you are backline, right?
Yeah.
Then you've got a guy coming up the rear on you, but that is a miss, so you just hear the gunshots ping out against the wall head behind you.
Probably I'm facing that direction, so I catch a little glimpsey.
Yeah, you see him fire off a couple of shots and then just duck around the corner trying to get some cover. Up next, we've got Aaron.
You're muted right now.
Oh.
Sorry. I'm just going to aim my. What is this called? What?
That is the sound of me screaming out in pain, yes.
It just be like that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
My pulse rifle. Oh no.
So
You're still
You're firing off that pulse rifle.
On 2 pieces of Texas toast.
Who are you firing at? Are you firing at the one in front of you or the one behind you?
One's the last one, please.
Okay, it can be the last one.
Sorry.
Would you like me to get that roll for you, Aaron? Okay, let's... That is 3 successes on you. And
Fancy stuff.
were we doing the person in front of you or the person behind you?
In front of me.
Okay. So, Lapata, you've got some cover as you're dropping down to get your rifle again, and Aaron fires off a couple of shots that just straight hit home and riddle this guy. He is down. And looking a lot like Swiss cheese. Up next, you guys, Lapata and Phoebe both got 9, so you guys can decide between yourselves who you would like to go next.
I'm just going to use my action to pick up my gun.
Okay.
Because I got a grenade launcher in there, and I hear movement.
Okay.
So,
Then that brings it to you, Phoebe.
Did Aaron move?
If you want to move forward, you can.
Okay, yeah, I'll move forward.
Okay.
I'll also use an action to move forward, but could I have grabbed my gun and then motion for
Ganon?
Ganon? I was thinking Kent But you know, Ganon.
If you don't, I will force him I'll force him to strafe behind me along the wall.
Perfect. Yeah, that works good.
Yep.
As long as there's a Ganon sandwich, I am satisfied with the world.
Right. We'll move forward that he's moving out after Aaron moves forward. So he is hanging out by Aaron.
Okay, and we're not going to have Aaron make it all the way across that gap?
She had some movement. If you would like to move across the gap, we can.
I could move up here.
Is that? Yeah, sure.
That would be great for me because that way I can cover the rear more fully.
Okay. Then I'll move across the gap.
Cool.
Aaron, go across. Ganon isn't too inclined on going down this empty hall, especially now that as you guys pass it, you can get a glimpse of further down. There's more soldiers and what looks like whoever was actually in that cryopod. You hear a very distinct American accent amongst the Soviet ones, and he's got his back to you. Phoebe, make me an observation.
Oh, you got it. Okay, so it's a success and a panic.
Okay, so make me that panic.
You got it. Nothing makes me happier than to roll a 9 for my panic.
Unfortunately, that does mean that you dropped an item. And it increases your stress level by 1. So all you've really got right now on you is your smart gun, right?
Can I drop that? I thought the,
I would imagine at this
is,
point it's attached to you, but for this purposes of this, you would fumble with it.
Okay.
So
I wouldn't be able to fire it this turn?
I would count it as maybe a slow action. And then you would still have access to your fast action, which I believe it's a slow action to actually use the smart gun fully. So you might be able to get a shot off, not a full round.
Okay. So what do I observe? Because I did get that success.
Past this Union trooper, you see whoever was in that cryopod, even though his back's to you, his head is shaved, and you see a very distinct prison barcode tattooed on the back of his neck.
Does he look like he is being held prisoner by them?
It seems like, yes, they are trying to contain him.
They shouldn't have let him out.
It doesn't seem like he's being hostile, other than, I don't want to fucking go with you guys, let me the fuck go, and is retaliating, but it's not like it's retaliation as a human would be with a captor, not like animalistic. And you just hear the thick Soviet accent is trying to order him to stand down, calm down, just come with us. We'll address everything that was going on. You don't have to worry about that thing that was in the tube with you. It's fine.
Stop discussing us.
It's fine. We've got all the information we need. You'll be fine.
I think Phoebe will take kind of a controlled shot at this figure between her and that guy.
Okay.
Insofar as that's possible.
Yeah, make me a roll.
Okay. So this is not full auto fire, but just ranged combat. Oh, oh joy. Another panic roll. But a success.
But a success. You've already incurred a panic roll this round, so I'm not going to make you do another one. You get this guy. He takes the shot basically right through his chest and goes... It'd be helpful if I actually highlighted him. He is down. It doesn't seem like he's getting back up, at least for a bit. The other guys behind this prisoner are both arming up and trying to push him to the side to take arm against you. That puts it back to the top of the turn order, which is our corporal.
Same as before. I'm running forward, and I'm going to take a shot at this guy.
Okay. Make me an attack roll, please.
All right, this one, yeah. Put it over here. There we go.
God damn.
Whoa!
For chat, that is 7 successes. So do you just want to? Do you want to just turn this guy into paste?
Oh yeah, no, that guy is gone. He's a pincushion.
You guys see this guy that was around the corner? Yay! Ugh. He is spread against the wall.
Oh my god.
That was a total of, what was it? Oh shit. So base 2,
That's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
12
6
dice. But that's rolling 6 on more than half of the 12
That was a total
dice.
of 8 damage to this guy who had like 3 health. So, you know. he gone. He's raspberry jam. But next up in the order, that brings it to our friends, the Union. So we've got Phoebe a bit further down the hall. One of these guys is going to push that captive to the side, and much the same with the other one. They're both going to take shots at the only person that they have visual on, which is you, Phoebe.
That makes sense. This is why I'm the big girl.
They both miss, so they ring out and startles the hell out of Ganon, who actually gets gets a nasty gash through his arm by one of the rounds as he was starting to, with you covering, was starting to move out of the hallway, and he just immediately ducks back, clutching at his arm.
So Phoebe puts her hand up to her headset and gives like an irritated buzz to say like, look behind you, to Aaron and Lapata.
Okay. We've got some more movement going on here. This one is actually going to, now that he's rounded the corners, gonna actually shoot Ganon.
Wait. Oh no.
Oh no!
We're all real torn up about that, Meg.
That's actually truly unfortunate because he does get hit again. A deep wound going through his stomach.
That's a bad place to get shot. I don't know much about guns, but I know that much.
I know sepsis.
Not having a grand time. He is doubled over and is just trying his best to stay conscious at this point. This is not what he expected to be involved in today.
That's fair.
Seems like maybe if he gets hit again, he might not be walking out of here. But with that, it brings us around to Aaron.
Am I able to get the one that just shot Ganon?
Yes, you have line of sight on him.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot at that one. Could you roll that for me, please?
Yeah. That is a success. Looks like, unfortunately, his armor is keeping up as well as Lapata's is.
Oh no, we went to the same store.
No, the
my
armor
brand!
Colonel, I'm trying to get shot.
You do have a You do have another action. Would you like to keep moving? Would you like to grab Ganon? What would you like to do?
I'm going to grab Ganon.
Okay. So you're just going to grab him and try to drag him to the side of the hallway and keep him moving?
Yeah, so he doesn't get shot again.
Okay. So since you are dragging him, we'll put you about here. Since you had to duck back across and grab him.
Okay.
Lapata, I believe that brings it around to you.
It does, in fact. And gosh, there's a bevy of targets here. But I think with that new gun I just picked up off the ground, that's totally not mine. I'm going to try and return fire on this fella here.
Okay. Give me an attack roll, please.
I'd love to. Can I aim as a +2? Forget it. I already did it. 2 successes. That's going to be an extra damage.
You've quickly discovered that he did not shop at the same store as you. It was just a knockoff.
Well, he deserves it.
He's down.
Your bullet hit where the other bullet hit, and it was just like a...
Pushed the bullet
Yes.
extra in.
Absolutely. You have that impeccable of aim.
Somewhere in the rules of warfare, Aaron Hunter technically has that count as a kill. And I'm gonna motion like, come on now, let's get the fuck out of here.
Are you gonna start moving?
I'm gonna start moving down this hallway.
That brings it to Phoebe.
Unless Phoebe has other thoughts.
Phoebe sees these 2 last guys and sees the prisoner behind them. Is the prisoner like ducking as he hit the deck?
So you watch actually as this guy turns his back. The person behind him, the prisoner, snatches the actual knife from this guy's side. Like how, you know, like on the hip where people usually have their combat knives.
Mm-hmm.
Snatches that real fucking quick out of the harness, and you watch as he pulls the soldier's head back and cuts across his throat.
We love to see a new teammate. Phoebe's gonna plug the remaining guy. Do I incur the risk of like hitting somebody I don't want to if I do full auto here?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
However, that does give you an additional 2, so if you wanted to, you could do an additional success. Like, if you got an additional success, you could...
It doesn't give me that much if I'm not hitting multiple targets,
Mm-hmm.
so I think I'm just gonna let it go.
Okay.
2 successes and 2 stress, so I'm gonna make that panic roll.
Yes, please.
Panic time. Only a 7.
So 7, you are twitching. Your stress level goes up. However, well, actually, good for you. Nobody is in immediate range of you, so nobody else takes stress from that. This guy also turns into Swiss cheese. And this guy actually does get grazed off the arm. Doesn't actually seem very fazed by it, though.
Phoebe is gonna kind of like hold a hand up in apology, and then jerk her head in the direction that everybody else is running, and see if he responds.
He looks at you kind of curiously and then looks back that way and just points the knife at you and says, "Don't fucking shoot me again," and grabs the gun off of the soldier he just killed. And
she gives an emphatic thumbs up and legs it down the hall behind everybody else.
Okay. So that puts us back to the top. We've got our corporal.
So I'm swinging around the corner here, and I'm just opening fire.
All right. Give me that roll, please. Sir, I need you to make me a panic roll. That was 2 stress die.
It's an 8.
An 8. You are trembling.
I
Agility
would-
skulls. Agilities suffer a -2 until your panic stops. That also is a miss. Your shots go wide.
Yeah, figured as much.
Okay, so that puts us to him. And if anybody's in the actual game is paying attention, it looks like this might be the last man standing. You don't have anybody bringing up the rear. You don't have anyone down the other hall. You don't hear anything else from your unlikely new ally. And Corporal, I need you to make me an armor roll. That is a point of damage to you, sir. Again, this one kind of grazes through the leg. Goes through the meaty part of your leg. So that's a bit why you're going to be having a hard time moving around now.
Oh man, he got shot in the leg. Watched him lose his shins.
But he is also starting to move back to see if he can get into a more defensive position. That brings us over to Aaron.
Aaron is going to dramatically reload and shoot him, or try to move so she can shoot him.
Let's see. So with where you are now, you are not going to be able to really round the corner and shoot him. You can use your full action to get the movement to the edge corner of the hall, and you can drag Ganon with you.
So I can't just leave Ganon there.
If you want to leave Ganon there, you can.
I mean, he's fine where he is.
Up to you.
Fine is a relative term for a man who was just shot in the stomach.
Right, but I gotta try to take care of this other guy as much as possible.
You've got 2 other soldiers in front of you. It's kind of up to you.
Yeah, I'm going to leave him there for now.
Okay.
And go as far as I can.
So you move forward and you round the corner and you see that it is just the one guy.
Can I fire?
Like I said, that ended up being your full.
Okay.
Because for reference, for you guys, one of your actions, if you are moving, gets you through a zone, which on the map is going to end up being, since I haven't changed it, ends up being about 30 feet.
Okay. Well, that's her action then.
And then that brings us to Lapata. And it was going to kind of just start stumbling his way through here, moving at a slower pace than the rest of y'all.
I can also move up here and crack a shot off.
Okay. Make that roll, please.
Nope. No success.
I need... This man is too good. He is ducking and weaving and bobbing. This is the final boss.
This is truly... Oh no. He's too good.
This is why I rescued a prisoner.
He's beginning to learn. Or rather, he's beginning to believe.
Alright, Phoebe, your turn.
I am going to put my smart gun into like a kind of rest mode because I didn't hear anybody else following us. And I'm gonna I like the image of this. Can I just like scoop up Ganon?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I just like come up behind him, scoop him up, and Baby Shoes is being carried in big lady arms.
Bridle over the shoulder, fireman.
Whatever is gonna hurt his stomach the least.
Bridle.
Probably bridle. Yeah.
Okay, so you are snatching this man up and just moving.
Cue the Bodyguard soundtrack.
It puts you. I'm gonna move him to where that ends up putting you. It'll be about
I think there.
probably about the corner here. Yeah.
Yeah. and I'll grab myself and kind of share the space along the wall.
Okay. You guys hear gunfire as this guy is starting to like back up, maybe trying to duck around the corner. You hear gunfire coming from down the hall, and it doesn't ring true. The bullets don't quite make impact, but it does cause this guy to turn and swivel, and looks like he's gearing up to shoot to your new friend who is down the other hall.
Not our friend.
It puts us at the top of the turn order.
Ooh, nah, damn. I'm gonna move up a little bit here, like right here, and then take some shots.
Okay.
That's 3 successes.
3
and
successes.
1 stress.
Yep, and a panic.
Make me that panic, please.
9.
A 9. Alright, so you drop your gun. However, you do make purchase, and you get a couple of shots off of this guy, and he is crumpled to the floor in the middle of this alcove. Looks like maybe you're, something slipped up with the rifle. Maybe the recoil wasn't quite what you were expecting with it. Something jammed up. Something you might have to look out later when you're cleaning it and going over it. Maybe it's maybe it's a little messed up from you guys having to be in cryo for a hot minute. The maintenance wasn't properly done, but you guys basically have a clear path now. There's no more movement that you can hear from the ship other than the guy that Phoebe was talking to yelling at, "I'm gonna come around the corner, don't fucking shoot me, I'm not one of them."
I'm gonna shoot him.
Don't shoot him.
No. Phoebe's gonna like do a little sound for you to be like, hold up.
I'm just gonna signal for you guys to get out to head out the airlock, as I'm wounded. I ain't got no shins anymore, so it's gonna take me a minute to crawl along the corridor.
Oh, we can't carry you, sir?
Do I look like I want you to carry me?
I don't know. You asked me only a few minutes before to blow this whole ship up, so I figured you want me to carry you because...
Look, the only thing I want you to do is to call me Daddy.
Standing orders it is then. Well, Daddy, I'm going to go blow up the ship, so I hope you crawl fast.
I'll be fine. I'll be out.
From outside, you guys hear some heavy ordnance going off. Sounds like very similar to the ground ordnance that you heard before that knocked down the Union ship. Something else, like, basically right outside the ship gets blown to high hell. It rattles around you.
Not our ship again. Please, not our ship again.
You aren't quite sure, but you do hear the hum of another dropship in the area.
Oh, it's 50-50. Well, I figure those other dropships probably have some explosives on it. So I'll belay blowing the hell out of this ship just yet, but walk out.
Assuming you guys aren't gonna shoot this guy, he is kind of booking it outside. He doesn't want to be in here.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Yeah, I follow along, gingerly carrying Ganon.
And I'm just getting out like I was told to, following orders.
Okay.
And then we all died to auto gunfire from a UPP dropship.
So you guys make it back outside. There is a dropship in flames. Looks like the pilot, one of the soldiers who was left behind, was crawling his way out of the wreck, but a smoldering heap stops, and you watch him give up. He's gone. But you do see that is very distinctly a Union ship. The hum of that drop ship overhead is actually yours, as you can see it coming into view. Off in the trees, you get a glimpse of Ha and a couple of her settlers. Not unlike the settler that you saw in the vent. Wearing very similar gear and what looks to be a mask covering their face. You remember that there had originally been 3 pings that had been moving around in the ship, and you'd only found one of them. But other than really giving you a nod, they turn and will walk back into the trees. The dropship overhead, the new pilot, that's Martinez, crackles over your guys' short-range comms and says, "Alright, so that was a hell of a show. Get the fuck in here before they decide to shoot us down too." And hovers down into the clearing, and the bay opens up so that you guys can load onto the ship.
Bay definitely opened up. That look at Phoebe as we're getting on, like not a fucking word out of you.
Phoebe like clearly wants to say something and is like grinning real big, but she kind of shrugs, holding Ganon.
Yes, I know. This is a hell of a pickup line.
And the comms crackle again. It's like, so, was told your last ship went down, so I guess none of the explosives made it here, right?
No.
Oh, good news. And as you can see, going in the bay, there's a couple more drums of that explosive.
And I just
what is the prisoner doing?
Looking kind of apprehensive about whether or not he's allowed to go with you guys, but unless you stop him, he is going to get on the ship. And as a show of good faith, he puts down the weapons that he's holding.
I feel like that's up to Corporal Ross.
I'm in no fucking position to do anything right now. If you guys have noticed, I'm bleeding from like 6 different places.
chain of command. Let's see. We have
That would be Phoebe next.
Phoebe, yeah.
Phoebe nods, but as soon as she has hands free to communicate with anyone, she says he comes with. He's going into immediate quarantine on the ship, and maybe even back into cryosleep.
Start trying to haul this heavy barrel. Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
You can pretty much just, once you're hovering in the air high enough, you can just push it over the edge and drop it with some. You've shoved it over, you've got your detonator and the actual explosive dropped down with it, and once you guys are up far enough in the air, that satisfying click, and it all goes up in flames.
I put on my sunglasses, of course, to observe the explosion.
Of course.
Phoebe signs at you. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Well, cool guys don't have as cool shades as I do. You know they can block a laser, right? Let's say it on the tin.
Right. So, It's a little bit rocky getting back out, just going through that intense magnetic field from the atmosphere, and there's what looks like your frigate was dealing with a bit of a firefight topside with what was another Union frigate. Guess where all those dropships were coming from. But it looks like that Union frigate has taken some decent fire and has fallen back. So you guys are able to basically get into the Tamb'itam and touch down. And Cassidos gives the directive for everybody to strap in as the ship starts very quickly moving out of fire space.
Now the question that everybody wants an answer to. Does Ganon make it? How does Kent fare?
Kent is taken to medical, where, along with your prisoner, where Roy can quarantine them and treat Ganon. Gets put into an autodoc, actually. Something that'll perform some minor surgeries. It lets him extract the bullets and just stitch everything up and make it all clean. And he's lost a lot of blood and is going to take quite a bit of time to actually recover, but he's alive. Your prisoner is not very happy about being isolated and quarantined, but hey, that's the directive. And then you guys, once everything is kind of settled down, get called right back into briefing so that you can debrief with the lieutenant. And I'm going to go ahead and ask who would like to...
I mean, I defer to the corporal for debrief, but, you know.
If he's not doing well enough, I think it goes to Phoebe.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think you're doing, Ross?
I mean, did I get any medical attention?
Yeah, you would be getting medical attention as well. Like, once he goes into the auto doc to have the deeper wounds dealt with, Roy himself is working on you.
It was a shitstorm out there. I don't know what you want. Like, first of all, Shiny Shoes was not very honest with what the fuck we were dealing with. We were dropped into a God knows what. I mean, we came across some fucking eggs. Lapata and I definitely saw some shit we probably didn't want to see. Straight out of a fucking horror movie. We were attacked by the Union soldiers on our way out. I don't know what else you want me to... There's some fucking hippies down there. They're not very nice.
Casada's just kind of rubs at her eyes and says, as cohesive as always. All right. That gives me the gist of it. Once everybody is in a state that they can, I'm expecting full write-ups from everyone.
Yeah,
it's already, you should have an email already, or a message already, like full write-up.
At that, Phoebe's gonna roll her eyes dramatically.
She looks over at... Good.
You have footnotes in the write-up. And like a diagram.
Very thorough, I see. Casadas looks at Roy for confirmation, and he just nods that, yeah, it's gone through. Just nevertheless, everybody else still needs to do their documents. Punctual as always, Hunter.
Send my my document over, and it's just gonna say it was a clusterfuck.
I think Phoebe does a reasonable job with her write-up, but like, yeah, it's only as complete as the stuff that she saw.
It's about
Or
what's
he's gonna
expected.
Lopata definitely puts in. He's not a dumb person. He puts in a very techno savvy, describing the explosive yields used and the firepower they met. Especially mentioning the xenomorphs and cryogenic pods. Not nearly probably as full detail as Aaron, but like tech-wise, it's very in depth.
Yeah, no, Erin went way, way too far. Like she was ready to go to court for a teacher that she really wanted to say.
She fills in the gaps from Ross's report. Is what I'm hearing here.
I can write us recommendations if you like.
I don't think that'll be necessary right now, but thanks.
Okay, I will put up like 200 pages for you.
If
Letters.
Phoebe's debriefed in person, she intentionally uses whatever the sign language equivalent of a homophone is whenever possible.
There'll be a brief, like, in-person debriefing like there usually is, but also a full written report. But as you guys settle back in, the Tamb'itam moves away from O'Bannon's world. You guys are good for a little while. You don't have to immediately go back into cryo. You get the time to recover. You get some downtime just to make sure that everything stays loose, stays functional. But we leave it off with pretty much that. Our prisoners in quarantine. Everyone's going over the reports. Ganon, much to everyone's displeasure, is still alive.
For now.
For now. We'll see if he lasts. But at this point, we can go ahead and do our sign-off, guys.
He lived.
You lived!
Nice.
So
Only took 7 stress.
that, thankfully, since you're in a safe space, that'll reset. But we're going to go ahead and do our outro, starting in overlay order once again with that top left.
Hey everybody, you can call me Legendary Vermin. You can find me as Legendary Vermin on all the places that matter. That's Itch, Twitch, and Twitter. I played Lance Corporal Phoebe Blackford for you tonight. And if you want to see more of me, come back tomorrow and on Friday. Tomorrow I am part of the TPK Jam debrief. We're going to go over, I think it was like 12 or so games. It's going to be a real good time. And then on Friday, I'm back for a game that we're calling Memento Mori, which is like a fusion of 2 different systems. It's going to be really great. A lot of lovely people on that. And then next month, I'll be back for the next episode of Hubris of Man, and I will also be back for Madness Calls It Forth, which is a noir fantasy game, which is really fun and exciting. Also, finally, I also submitted things to TBK Jam. Check out everybody's amazing content on Itch. We have a lot of really cool budding designers on the server, so check that out.
All right, I guess that throws it over to Fail.
All right, everybody. I'm Phil Prime. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with us as we dove into the shit show of trying to get a black box. It was a lot of fun. I hope to catch you all at the next episode. Coming up, we will have Henshin coming back here in a couple weeks. And I think that's about it for what I've got going on, but we always have a lot of great content coming up. Go ahead and check out our TPK Jam stream for tomorrow. Make sure to join us on Friday. And I do have another little secret thing in the works for Top Shelf. So we will be having some really cool content for that as well. Again, thank you for coming and hanging out, and hope you all have a great rest of the night.
Did you mention Henshin already?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I was dealing with a cat. He wanted to say hello to everybody.
Oh.
Right.
All right. That's me. Hey, everyone. I am Turk or Turk Accented. I was your demo tech and panic specialist, Corey Lapata, tonight. For more of me, of course, keep it locked here on TBK. I will have a quiet next 2 days, but then I will be absolutely bombarding your stream. On the 3rd, we are going to be diving into the zone led by Proper, as it's absolutely just going to get real weird and body horror. On the 4th, we have the Swift and Vicious part two Swift, Too Vicious back on your screens. We said it was never going to be a sequel. We lied. And it's going to be great. And then on the 5th, there is Oathsworn, our Odyssey of the Dragonlords campaign that I'll be DMing. It's super fun. We're going to be heading to the Cave of the Oracle. It'll be a great time. We're still very much in the early parts of the campaign, so if you haven't jumped on yet, it's still a perfect time to do so. There's so much more to come with, Dark Echoes, Overarms recordings over on Neon Lights, Harper's. I have a Call of Cthulhu one-shot for October, and just a bunch of amazing things. But of course, on the 27th, we'll be right back here, blowing up, saving more things. So definitely keep it locked here, and definitely check out the TBK Game Jam. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. Be sure to check out all the amazing things that people have made. We have a bunch of really cool people, as Vermin has already mentioned. But I'm going to throw it over to Janie.
Hi, Janie Pot 7575, Twitch and Twitter, and wherever else I'll sign up before I use that name. I will have a schedule on my Twitter very soon of all of the games I'm doing. And tonight I played Aaron Hunter, the CBRN specialist, and apparently doesn't get stressed out by this stuff at all.
Unfazed.
And I will see you all next time.
Okay. So then I guess I will bring it home. I have been your game mother for tonight, guys. Meg Mystery. You can find me by that under Twitter, Twitch, on Discord as well. You can come and harass me. I'm always talking about nerd shit like Alien. I won't shut up about Alien if you'll let me. Our personal Jones is here to say goodbye to everybody. But as far as what's going on, you guys will catch me with Vermin tomorrow with the TPK Jam stream, as well as on Friday. I'll be running the one-shot Memento Mori, so we'll have a very fun blend of Enter the Survival Horror as well as Sir Hecla. You've seen them in the chat being an excellent mod. Their System Locomotive. They'll also be with us tomorrow and on Friday, so hope you guys are excited to see their lovely face. In a couple of weeks, we'll come back around with Henshin, where I'll be reprising my original character Zarka. But after that, shit, what do we have after that? There's a couple of different ones. I know I was missing one. The 2nd, on Saturday, we're doing Orbital Blues, a special for Top Shelf that will be kicking off earlier in the day than we usually do. It'll be about 12 or 12:30 EST. And we've got a couple of the developers for the game playing with us, so that's always exciting. But after that, there's a couple of different one-shots in October, and of course we'll come back around for our next Alien installment. But if you guys want to stick around, we're probably going to throw a raid. But other than that, everybody say bye, because we're signing off for the night.
Goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Goodbye, mother.
Bye.